Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson,
Excused.
Doherty, Doherty,
Excuse.
Exum,
Excuse.
Frizzell, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Judah, Kipp, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundin, Marchman, Michelson-Genet, Mullica,
Excuse.
Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Winter, Danielson, Doherty, Mr. President.
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 33 present, 0 absent, 2 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Pelton B, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. Please rise and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Approval of the journal. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of April 22nd, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You've heard the motion. All those
Please
in favor.
vote no.
Wow. Please vote no. Even though you made a motion that you probably wanted people to vote yes. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Wow. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Mullica to the roll. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Bill 303 and 304, Senate Resolution 11. Correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 121, 130, 162, 278, 283, 287, 291, 293, and 294, Senate Resolution 11. Correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 30, 161, and 273. Correctly revised, House Bill 1023, 1136, 1176, 1222, 1236, 1244, 1245, 1294, and 1307. Correctly re-revised, House Bill 1289 and 1290. Correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 5583, 125, 128, 174, 177, 178, and 206.
Committee reports.
Committee on Finance. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 290 be amended as followed, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 26 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1105 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 302 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1314 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1062 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1069 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1308 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1305 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1195 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1013 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Exum to the roll. Consideration of resolutions, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up consideration of resolutions.
The motion is to proceed out of order for the consideration of resolutions. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We will proceed out of order. Consideration of resolutions. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of SJR 022.
Senate Joint Resolution 022 by Senators Michelson, Genet, and Ball, and Representative Woodrow and Weinberg concerning remembrance of the Holocaust.
Senator Michelson, Genet.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SJR 022 and request it be read at length.
Mr. Schaffler, please read SJR 022 at length.
Whereas genocide begins not with violence, but with words, and whereas prejudice, bigotry, bias, and racism have been the causes of conflict, war, and mass atrocities throughout human history, and whereas observing an individual moment of silence for each Jewish victim of the Holocaust would take over 11 years, and whereas the English word Holocaust derives from the Greek words meaning whole, holos, and burnt, kostos, and generally describes destruction on a mass scale, Holocaust, as a proper noun specifically, refers to the state-sponsored persecution of and mass murder of European Jews and others at the direction of the German Nazi government between 1933 and 1945. And whereas the Nazis who came to power in Germany in January 1933 asserted that Germans were racially superior and that Jews and others were inferior and an alien threat to the so-called German racial community, and whereas the Nazis used anti-Semitism as a political weapon to gain popular support, blaming Jews for all of Germany's hardships, including the country's defeat in World War I, the economic depression, and the threat of Bolshevik communism, it made little difference that the Nazis' accusations were blatantly contradictory and their so-called facts were fabricated. And whereas between 1933 and 1945, Nazi Germany and its collaborators murdered 6 million Jews, 2 out of every 3 Jews who lived throughout Europe, 1.5 million of whom were children, as well as 5 million other civilians, including Sinti people, Roma people, people with intellectual or developmental disabilities, gay men, Jehovah's Witnesses, Soviet prisoners of war, and political dissidents. And whereas we recall that in the aftermath of World War II, Israel, a close ally and friend of the United States, became a refuge for many survivors who endured the ravages of the Holocaust, and it has remained a sanctuary for Jews worldwide seeking safety ever since. And whereas we gratefully acknowledge the more than 28,000 non-Jews who, at great risk to themselves, saved Jews from extermination during the Holocaust and have been designated righteous among the nations by Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center. And whereas today we mourn the loss of those who were killed and consider the terrible experiences of those who suffered and lived through the Holocaust, we note that anti-Semitic acts are not a thing of the past. According to the Anti-Defamation League's annual audit of anti-Semitic incidents, anti-Jewish incidents surged to historic levels in 2024 with a total of 9,354 incidents of anti-Jewish harassment, vandalism, and assault reported across the United States. In Colorado, there were 279 reported anti-Jewish incidents in 2024, which is the highest level recorded in more than 40 years, and a 41% increase since 2023. Colorado ranked 9th among states in 2024 for the most reported anti-Semitic incidents. Globally, there has also been an increase in anti-Semitic incidents. Many Jews feel more isolated and vulnerable as a result. Whereas today, while we remember the Holocaust, we focus our attention on the passing of Holocaust survivors who provided firsthand accounts of the terrors they endured, leaving their children and grandchildren as the last generations to know the stories of the Holocaust directly from those who lived through it. And whereas, while we are fortunate that several organizations in Colorado are dedicated to retelling the stories of the Holocaust and other genocides, it is not enough. Far too many people, including most students, need more opportunities to learn about these atrocities so they are not repeated. To mitigate the issue, on July 8, 2020, Governor Polis signed into law House Bill 2013-36, requiring the satisfactory completion of a course that includes Holocaust and genocide studies as a condition of high school graduation in public schools. And whereas we recognize the tremendous investment and preparation that Colorado school districts, administrators, and foremost classroom educators are putting forth to implement and support House Bill 2013-36 as they ensure the phrase "we remember" will carry meaning and merit for generations of Colorado students. And whereas it is our responsibility to bear witness to the truth of the horrors of the Holocaust, its many lessons, and to prevent hateful words from building up like the bricks that built Auschwitz. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, 1, remember the Holocaust, 2, promote anti-bias, bullying prevention, and Holocaust and genocide education programs in school districts and universities to prevent anti-Semitic incidents that target Jewish students, including targeting based on their actual or perceived support of the State of Israel. And 3, declare that the people of Colorado should understand the power of words, remember the great injustices of the past, and commit to preventing such atrocities in the future. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to the Jewish Community Relations Council of Jewish Colorado, the Mountain States Regional Office of the Anti-Defamation League, the Coalition Against Global Genocide, the Holocaust Awareness Institute at the University of Denver's Center for Judaic Studies, the Interfaith Alliance of Colorado, the Mizell Museum, the Denver Parks and Recreation Department's Bobby Yar Park, the Mountain States Office of the Jewish National Fund, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C., and the Colorado Holocaust Educators and the University of Colorado at Boulder's Program in Jewish Studies.
Discussion. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, please be seated. Good morning, and thank you all for being here today. We are gathered on Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, not only to remember the 6 million Jews who were murdered in the Holocaust, but to reaffirm our shared commitment: never again. The Holocaust was not inevitable. It did not begin with gas chambers. It began with words, with dehumanization, with laws that stripped people of their rights, and with neighbors that looked away. And so today, we not only remember what happened, we remember how it happened. We remember that silence in the face of hate is not neutrality, it is complicity. We remember that indifference is not wisdom, it is abdication. And we remember that the Holocaust was not a single moment of evil, but a long descent into it. In remembering, we resist forgetting. In telling these stories, we honor those who never got to finish theirs. And in standing together, we protect the living legacy of the survivors who carry the truth of what they endured. As the number of living survivors of the Holocaust grows smaller, our responsibility grows larger. The burden of memory now passes more fully to us. For me, that memory starts with Silke Meyer and Noah Greenstein. Silke was a dressmaker, Noah was a shopkeeper, and their son, Jack Greenstein, was my grandfather. When he came to the United States at 5 years old at Ellis Island, his name was Yankel Grunstein. He quickly changed it to Jack. Writing this speech, I had occasion to look into specifically what happened to the rest of my extended family who wasn't as lucky to leave Poland in the 1920s when Noah and Silke did. And I learned that the rest of my extended family was murdered in Treblinka. And the only reason that I am here is because Noah and Silke had the presence of thought to see the rising hate around them and leave before it was too late. But most of their family was not so lucky. And so today I ask that we carry their memory and we carry the memory of everybody who perished in the Holocaust, not as a weight, but as a torch. A torch to light the darkness of denial and distortion, a torch to shine on injustice wherever it lives, and a torch to guide the next generation so they may know not only what happened, but what must never happen again. Let us teach our children that remembrance is not passive, it's a call to conscience and a call to courage. And let us say together and with conviction, never again.
Senator Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Ball, thank you to the senator from Denver, the good senator from Denver, for joining me on this resolution this year, and thank you for the good senator for Aurora for joining us in the well. We are the members of the Jewish caucus for the legislature here, and I wanted to talk this year about my trip to Auschwitz when I was 17 years old. I had learned about my family my whole life. I started reading about the Holocaust probably when I was 10 years old. Way too early to understand or comprehend, but this was my family history, and I was hungry for it. And when I was 17, an opportunity arose to go on a trip called March of the Living. And March of the Living, it was the second year of the trip. It was 1990. And it brought Jewish teenagers from all over the world to Poland to see the concentration camps, to bear witness. And when I heard about the trip, I had to go. And I applied for a scholarship, and I called every single day until they told me I got it. And I used that same system with grants today. I will call you every single day until you give me that grant. Yes, JBC? Every single day. So when I got the notification that I was going to be able to go to Poland, I started to wonder, what does it look like? Right? What will I see? And I had these memories in my head that I don't know where they came from. Probably from all of the books that I've read and from the pictures that I've seen in some of those books. When I got to Auschwitz, I got off the bus, and we were at the Birkenau end of the camp, which is the death camp. So Auschwitz, the concentration camp, and Birkenau, the death camp. They're all part and parcel. And we were at Birkenau, and we got off the bus right at the platform where the Holocaust victims would have exited the train. And I stood there on that platform, and I felt like I had been there before. We walked into the camp and looked at the barracks. I walked into the barracks and felt like I had been there before. All of my colleagues, my friends, we were kids, were crying. And I was stuck, emotionally dry, not a single tear. But all of this memory that was within me was overwhelming my senses. As we walked the trip from Birkenau to Auschwitz, backwards, and we got to the camp, the concentration camp, I felt like I knew what I was going to see when I turned every corner. And emotionally, I was distraught. Why should I know what I see when I turn the corner? Why should I know what is before me in these buildings? I was born in 1972. I did not live through the Holocaust. But it became so much a part of me that I couldn't help but feel that I had been there, that I had been in that camp. We also visited Treblinka, where the good senator from Denver lost his family. And in Treblinka, there's nothing left. Everything was burned to the ground. All that's left is a giant tar pit from where they would gas people and bury them. This giant tar pit is all that's left on what otherwise looks like a beautiful park. And I remember thinking, why should it look so beautiful in this place where there were very, very few survivors from Treblinka? Treblinka is where they really got the practice of gassing down. And there was nothing but that pit. When we were there, the group gathered round and they sang a song, and I'm going to sing it for you. The English is, "O Lord my God, I pray that these things never end, the sand and the sea and the rush of the water, the sounds of the heavens and the prayer of man." Eli, Eli, shelo yigamer leolam, hachol ve'hayam, rishru shel hamayim, ve'rak hashamayim, tfilat ha'adam, hachol ve'hayam, rishru shel hamayim, ve'rak hashamayim, tfilat ha'adam. This was a song from the time of the Holocaust, and we still sing this prayer as times are turbulent and we see a level of anti-Semitism we haven't seen for a very long time. I ask that we think about those who went before us and those who are still here. And with that, I would like to welcome the community. Please stand, community, who has come to witness today, including Holocaust survivor, my friend Peter, all the way at the end here. The community comes out because it is incredibly important to see the legislature remember the Holocaust. And we are grateful for you for taking the time and making the effort and being here. Can we please have a round of applause for our guests? We ask this every year, and I will ask it again. Let us never forget.
Thank you, sponsors. Further discussion. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. My words are inadequate. The stories you've heard, the resolution that has been read, give us a glimpse into the weight and import of the circumstance. And yet I would be remiss if I did not stand and use my voice, add my voice to the conversation. The most important thing I can say is never again. We shall never forget. We shall always remember. We must extend that acknowledgement and remembrance as well. The sense of loss is incomprehensible, and yet the vibrancy of life, the community, and the culture is remarkable, spectacular, and fundamental to who we are as a people. Colleagues, thank you for your attention to this memorial, this remembrance. Never again. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Further discussion. Seeing none. The motion is the adoption of SJR 22. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, SJR 022 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors. The Senate will now observe a moment of silence, and the chimes will be rung in the memory of the victims of the Holocaust. Thank you, members. We will stand in a brief recess to allow members to greet our guests. Senate will come back to order. Committee reports.
Mr. President, the Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirmed. Members of the Pinnacle Assurance Board of Directors for terms expiring January 1st, 2030. Acacia Absher of Denver, Colorado, to serve as an employer whose liability is insured by Pinnacle, reappointed. Angela Oakley of Centennial, Colorado, to serve as an employer whose liability is insured by Pinnacle, reappointed. Martha Awad of Denver, Colorado, to serve as a member with experience in finance or investments, but not an employer whose liability is insured by Pinnacle, appointed. Mr. President, the Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology has had under consideration and had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirmed. Members of the Board of Assessment Appeals for terms expiring June 30th, 2025. Monty Mullins of Alamosa, Colorado, reappointed. John DeRungs of Denver, Colorado, reappointed. Claudia Crane of Crestone, Colorado, reappointed. Diane DeVries of West Wheat Ridge, Colorado, reappointed. Jess Ketchum of Pagosa Springs, Colorado, reappointed. Jeb Marsh of Dillon, Colorado, reappointed. Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1306 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that be placed on the consent calendar. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1130 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1291 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Special orders. Second reading of bills. Majority Leader Rodriguez. Special order, second reading of bills, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over special order second reading of bills until tomorrow, April 24th.
The motion is lay over special order, second reading of bills of calendar until Thursday, April 24, 2025. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And special order second reading of bills calendar will labor until Thursday, April 24, 2025. Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the titles of all the bills on the consent calendar.
Senate Bill 121 by Senators Judah and Mullica and Representative Gilchrist concerning Medicaid reimbursement for outpatient procedures related to drug-resistant epilepsy. Senate Bill 278 by Senator Mullica and Representative Stewart concerning the administration of emergency use epinephrine in a school setting. Senate Bill 291 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the spending authority of the Division of Criminal Justice in the Department of Public Safety for community corrections programs. Senate Bill 294 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning residential behavioral health services for Medicaid members who are in the custody of a county Department of Human or Social Services. Senate Bill 283 by Senators Roberts and Simpson and Representatives McCormick and Soper concerning the Colorado Water Conservation Board operations and in connection therewith funding projects and making an appropriation. Senate Bill 287 by Senators Michelson, Janay, and Representative Lindstedt concerning modification of the duties of the Capitol Building Advisory Committee.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for passage of all the bills on third reading of bills final passage consent calendar, which is Senate Bill 121, Senate Bill 278, Senate Bill 291, Senate Bill 294, Senate Bill 283, Senate Bill 287, House Bill 1176, House Bill 1222, and House Bill 1307.
Mr. Schaffler, please continue the reading of the third reading of bills final passage consent calendar.
House Bill 1176 by Representative Stewart and Senators Simpson and Michelson, Janay concerning measures to reduce the stigma of behavioral health treatment for medical practitioners. House Bill 1222 by Representatives Winter and Lukens and Senators Roberts and Simpson concerning measures to preserve health care access provided by rural independent pharmacies. House Bill 1307 by Representative Luck and Carter and Senators Ball and Rich concerning updating technical references in education law.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Second verse, almost the same as the first. Thank you, Mr. President. Third reading, I move for the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills final passage consent calendar, which is Senate Bill 121, Senate Bill 278, Senate Bill 291, Senate Bill 294, Senate Bill 283, Senate Bill 287, House Bill 1176, House Bill 1222, and House Bill 1307.
There we go. Any discussion of any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Baisley. What?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would appreciate being counted as a no vote on the following bills: Senate Bill 121, Senate Bill 291, Senate Bill 294, Senate Bill 283, and Senate Bill 287.
Senator Bays will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bills 121, 291, 294, 283, and 287.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Very good. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 121, Senate Bill 291, Senate Bill 294, Senate Bill 283, and Senate Bill 287.
Senator Carson will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bills 121, 291, 294, 283, and 287. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on 121 and 291.
Senator Pelton R. will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 121 and 291. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 291.
Senator Liston will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 291. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded a no vote on Senate Bill 121.
Senator Rich will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 121. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 121, Senate Bill 291, Senate Bill 287.
Senator Frizzell will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 121, 291, and 287. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded a no vote on Senate Bill 291.
Senator Pelton B. will be recorded as a no vote on 291 and will sit next to the sponsor and hope that he's not poked in the side or something. Dang. Woo! Senator Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded a no vote on Senate Bill 291.
Senator Catlin will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 291. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I request that I be recorded as a no vote on Senate 121 and 291. No cookies, I know.
You said 121 and 291? Minority Leader Lundin will be recorded as a no vote on 121 and also 291. Very good. Half of that caucus is in trouble. With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. Senate Bill 121 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Kip, Amabile, Roberts, Exum, Cutter, Doherty, Marchman, Michelson-Janae, Gonzalez, Sullivan, Snyder, Ball. Please add the president. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 278 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Roberts, Carson, Amabile, Cutter, Wallace, Michelson-Janae, Kip, Judah, Gonzalez, Ball, Snyder, Bright, co-sponsors on 278, Frizzell, Doherty, Catlin. Please add the president. With a vote of 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 291 is passed. Co-sponsors, 291. Senators Kip, Wallace, Michelson Janae, Doherty, with a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 294 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Michelson Janae, Judah, Kip, Exum, Cutter, Wallace, Catlin. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 283 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Pelton R., Exum, Michelson Janae, Kip, Judah, Marchman, Cutter, Snyder, Amabile, Kirkmeyer, Doherty, Pelton B., Bright, Liston, Catlin, Frizzell, Mullica, Mr. Minority Leader, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title. Senate Bill
1176. Wait, 287.
Senate Bill 287. Oh yes. With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 287 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Cutter, Mr. Schaffler, please read, I keep saying please read the title. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1176 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Doherty, Mullica, Carson, Exum, Amabile, Pelton B., Cutter, Marchman, Gonzalez, Ball, Judah, Kip, Winter, Pelton R., Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1222 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Doherty, Amabile, Michelson Janae, Kip, Judah, Gonzalez, Winter, Wallace, Marchman, Cutter. Gentlemen, as always, ladies first. Mullica, Exum, Pelton B., Bright, Carson, Catlin, Baisley, Liston, Mr. Minority Leader, Bridges, Pelton R., Colker, Wiseman, Ball. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, I keep doing that. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1307 is passed. Co-sponsors. No co-sponsors for Ball and Rich. That's terrible. Senator Judah, Colker, Kirkmeyer, look at that, y'all, when you advocate. Bridges, yeah. What are we co-sponsoring? Oh, the moment I've been waiting for. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 130. Okay.
Senate Bill 130 by Senators Gonzalez and Weissman and Representatives Froelich and Zakai concerning providing emergency medical services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the adoption of Senate Bill 130 on third reading and final passage and urge a yes vote.
Further discussion. There is discussion. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to take a moment to remind ourselves why this bill matters in this moment in time. I want to read the testimony that Ms. Emily Sheridan Mahoney offered during the committee hearings related to this policy. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Sheridan Mahoney. I'm here today because 3 years ago, I almost became a maternal mortality statistic. After an emergency C-section for preeclampsia and hemorrhage, I spiked 105-degree fever and my heart rate shot to 160. I rushed to the ER, but instead of receiving the help I needed, I was turned away. They told me to go back to labor and delivery because they couldn't deal with me. I later learned that part of my placenta had been left behind during surgery and that I was going septic. Over the next 8 weeks, I went through 2 DNCs, yes, abortions, while battling infection, bureaucracy, and delay after delay. I kept asking, why am I waiting? The answer, scheduling. I asked, why can't I go to the ER? The answer, they don't really handle this. I was left to rot. My womb literally calcified in the last-ditch effort to stop the infection. And now, doctors don't know if I will ever be able to safely carry another pregnancy. Let me be clear. I should have been able to get emergency care when I needed it. Instead, I was caught in a system more concerned with politics than patients. And I'm not alone. Pregnant and postpartum people across the country are being turned away from emergency rooms and urgent cares. Life-saving care is being denied because someone decided it didn't count as an emergency. It's killing people. Senate Bill 130 is not complicated. If it's an emergency, treat it like one and provide patients with the life-saving care they need, no matter if it involves pregnancy, miscarriage, or abortion. I'm living proof that we need it. We should not have to fight this hard to survive. I urge you, vote yes on Senate Bill 130, because in Colorado, we're still fighting for our babies, and we're still fighting for our lives. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 130. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Simpson, Pelton, B, Bright, Carson, Pelton, R, Catlin, Baisley, Liston. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 130 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Judah, Kipp, Winter, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Danielson, Amabile, Sullivan, Mr. Majority Leader, Colker, Bridges, Snyder, Roberts, Ball. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 162.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Kind of losing my voice.
Yeah, well, I'm excited about
Senate Bill 162 by Senators Cutter and Snyder and Representatives Mabry and Velasco concerning measures to increase railroad safety.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 162 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 162. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Rich, Baisley, Frizzell, Catlin, Liston, Pelton R., Carson, Bright, Pelton B. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 no, please add Senator Simpson as a no vote. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent or excused, Senate Bill 162 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Judah, Winter, Michelson Janae, Kipp, Marchman, Doherty, Danielson, Wallace, Kipp again, Mr. Majority Leader, Amabile, Exum, Roberts, Mullica, I got you, man, Bridges, Colker, Sullivan, Ball, Gonzalez, Weissman. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1294.
House Bill 1294 by Representatives Jackson and Joseph and Senators Exum and Gonzalez concerning extending the elimination of certain monetary amounts a juvenile in the justice system was required to pay prior to the enactment of House Bill 211315.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of House Bill 1294 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1294. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer again, Pelton B., Bright, Carson, Pelton R., Catlin, Baisley, Liston, with, please mark the Minority Leader as a no vote on 1294. With a vote of 24, with a vote of, did you want to be a yes vote? With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1294 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Kipp, Judah, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Henriksen, Snyder, Ball, Colker, Marchman, Amabile, Weissman. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1136.
House Bill 1136 by Representatives Clifford and Bacon and Senator Snyder and Frizzell concerning matters related to peace officers.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1136 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1136. Are there any no votes?
My head is not.
Senators Kirkmeyer,
Yeah. I know. Suspend your disbelief.
Pelton B. Bright. Pelton R. Catlin. Baisley. Liston. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1136 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Judah, Mr. Schaffler. Oh, please add Senator Cutter as a co-sponsor on 1136. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1244.
House Bill 1244 by Representatives Velasco and Garcia and Senator Cutter concerning requiring community-based organizations that are recipients of the statewide Welcome, Reception, and Integration Grant Program to prioritize migrants who have arrived in the United States within the past 3 years.
Senator Cutter.
I move House Bill 251244 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1244. Are there any no votes? Senators Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Mr. Minority Leader, Pelton B., Baisley, Liston, Pelton R., Catlin, Simpson, Bright, Carson, with a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1244 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Kipp, Judah, Michaelson Janae, Winter, Weisman, Sullivan, Exum, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1245.
House Bill 1245 by Representatives Leader and Hamrick and Senator Chip and Danielson concerning HVAC infrastructure improvement projects in schools.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 251245 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1245. Are there any yes votes? Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader. Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Carson, Bright, Simpson, Catlin, Baisley, Liston, Peltonia, Senator Pelton R. and Pelton B. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1245 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, Cutter, Wallace, Judah, Michaelson Janae, Winter, Marchman, Ball, Sullivan, Exum, Wiseman, Colker.
1245.
Any more co-sponsors?
Co-sponsors.
Mullica.
Yeah. You don't want to be a co-sponsor on 1245.
Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1023.
House Bill 1023 by Representatives Martinez and Bacon and Senators Gonzalez and Simpson concerning local government review of certain fencing projects.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1023 on third reading, final passage. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1023. Are there any no votes? How could you vote no with this duo? Senators. Kirkmeyer. Brazil. Pelton B. Mr. Minority Leader. Bright. Carson. Pelton R. Liston. Baisley. Catlin. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1023 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Weissman, Wallace, Judah, Winter, Cutter, Mr. Majority Leader, Kipp, Ball, Bridges, Exum.
Permanently memorialized.
What's that?
I don't know why, but please add the president. It's a good team. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1236.
House Bill 1236 by Representatives Lindsay and Zakai and Senators Weissman and Judah concerning the screening of a prospective residential tenant by a landlord.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1236 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? There is discussion. Mr. Minority Leader.
You love it because my daughter's here.
I do. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, preview of coming attractions. We'll be dealing with House Bill 1004 a little bit later today. It's adjacent to this particular bill. It's one of these series, a suite of bills that seek to do wonderful things. I mean, they on the face, it's, well, yeah, of course. We want a chicken in every pot and then two. That's an old phrase from the Depression era language. We want to make sure every child has a puppy dog that doesn't piddle on the floor. We want all sorts of wonderful things. But this bill is part of a suite of bills that will actually make housing less affordable, less attainable, less available to the people of Colorado. Colleagues, we're supposed to be fighting to lower the cost of affordability. This bill will move the needle in the opposite direction. I urge your opposition.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1236. Are there any no votes? Senators Frizzell, Rich, Kirkmeyer, Mr. Minority Leader, Simpson, Bright, Pelton B, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R, Catlin, Carson, Roberts, Mullica, Henriksen, Michaels and Janae, with a vote of 19 ayes, 16 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1236 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Kipp, Wallace, Cutter, Exum. I sense a reconsideration coming.
Not yet.
Sullivan on this bill by Senator Michaels and Janae. Reconsideration.
No.
Yeah, it's for the other bill. It's for 1236. Mr. Majority Leader. We need a reconsideration.
Majority Leader Rodriguez. Reconsideration of 1236.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of House Bill 1236.
The motion for the reconsideration of House Bill 1236 requires unanimous. This requires 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Reconsideration is granted. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1236.
House Bill 1236 by Representatives Lindsay and Zakai and Senators Weissman and Judah concerning the screening of a prospective residential tenant by a landlord.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, members. It's such a good bill. We get to vote on it twice. We move on third reading and final passage, House Bill 25-1236, and urge yes vote.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1236. Are there any no votes? Senators. Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Mr. Minority Leader, Roberts, Simpson, Bright, Carson, Pelton R, Catlin, Liston, Baisley, Pelton B, Henriksen.
It's funny.
Senator Mullica, you were a no vote the first time. Did you want to be a no on 1236? No more reconsiderations. Senator Mullica will be a no vote. No votes.
No votes. No more.
With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1236 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senator Michaels and Janae, Senator Kip, Gonzalez, Wallace, Cutter, Gonzalez, Mr. Majority Leader, Exum, Gonzalez, Sara Judah.
Oh,
Very good. Sullivan.
that's cute. Wish I had a picture of that.
Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 293.
Senate Bill 293 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning transfers of money from the license plate cash fund.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 25293 on third and final reading and ask for an aye vote.
Discussion. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to point out, I think there has been so much conversation about that black plate and the disability fund. This is not that. This has nothing to do with the black license plate and the disability fund that is created by that. I just want to be really clear. That was never under consideration by the JBC for sweeping. We have never discussed that. What we have discussed is that unlike every other license plate that exists in statute, this $50 donation goes to the state, not to a nonprofit. So if you want the Broncos plate, you donate to the Broncos nonprofit. You want the dinosaur plate, you donate to a dinosaur nonprofit, and then you get the plate. And when you get that plate, there's a $50 fee that you pay that goes to pay for those plates. This is that fee. This is not the fee that comes in with that black plate to provide services for folks with disabilities. This is a different cash fund. This has nothing to do with the black license plate. I just want to make that abundantly clear because there have been lots and lots of stories about this, and just want to nip that in the bud. Thank you. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of the black license plates. Are there any no votes on Senate Bill 293? Senators Sullivan, Pelton B, Carson, Pelton R, Catlin, Baisley, Liston, no votes. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 293 is passed. Co-sponsors.
Oh, Tony.
Senator
You have to read across the desk.
Judah as a co-sponsor on 293. Perpetual bill funding moving forward. Majority Rodriguez.
Don't we have to read it across? Oh. Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 2.
The motion is for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 2. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Consideration of House amendments and Senate bills. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 2.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Bridges and Exum and Representatives Basnicker and Stewart concerning the development of regional building codes that account for local climatic and geographic conditions for the construction and installation of residential and non-residential factory-built structures and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 2.
Any discussion?
This is
This
also
is not
not
about-
about the black license plate.
No
Thank
more
you.
black license plates.
To the good senator
Any
from the
discussion?
Weld.
Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 2. Are there any no votes? Senators Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Mr. Minority Leader, Simpson, Liston, Pelton, R, Catlin, Carson, Bright, Pelton B, Pelton B again. Thank you, sir. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 2 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Kipp, who is already a co-sponsor. Excellent. Gonzalez. Cutter was already a co-sponsor. Very good. Wallace. General orders. Second reading of the bills. Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Weissman will take the chair.
No, you're second. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You said this.
Heidi cut the end.
Isn't it cool?
We all taken care of.
People think I'm smart.
Good? All right.
Committee will come to order. Court rule is relaxed. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Concurrent Resolution 2.
Members, the motion is to take up Senate Concurrent Resolution 2. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. We will proceed to consider Senate Concurrent Resolution 2. Now, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Concurrent Resolution 2.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 2 by Senator Danielson and Michelson Janay and Representative Duran. Submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning allowing Colorado lawmakers to pass laws that permit victims of childhood sexual abuse to bring a civil claim for the sexual abuse regardless of when the sexual abuse occurred.
Thank you. Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Concurrent Resolution 002.
To the resolution. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I am looking forward to what my colleague has to say, but she requested that I go first. It is an honor to stand up here with my friend and colleague to once again put before you the Child Sex Abuse Accountability Amendment. As some of you may recall, in 2021, we pushed forward two really important measures for survivors of childhood sexual abuse. One did away with civil statutes of limitations going forward, and one established a path for survivors of child sex abuse to pursue a claim even if it had run the current or the statute of limitations. This opened a window for many, many childhood survivors of sexual assault, sexual abuse, to begin to pursue their path on healing and justice. And then the Supreme Court overturned the new law, which halted a number of these cases as they were getting ready to go to court. The Supreme Court said, because of a simple provision in our Constitution, we cannot proceed with this current law. A basic directive that if we do want to provide survivors with justice, we need to change that provision in the Constitution. And so we set forth last year to do just that. And I assured the survivor community ahead of time that, as you know, there are two pathways to get on the ballot. One, to change a constitutional provision. One is through a referred measure in the state legislature requiring a 2/3 majority in both chambers. The second is a signature gathering campaign. And so when we set out last year, I said, we're going to get this done for you because I cannot believe that this will be a partisan issue. Alas, the measure failed. But the survivors came together this interim and said, we still have a chance. The math hasn't changed, but the individual people holding these seats has. Let's give them a chance to do the right thing here. And so we come to you now with SCR 25-002, the Child Sexual Abuse Accountability Amendment, which accomplishes the same thing. It changes a very, very, very narrow provision in the Colorado Constitution that will allow for survivors of childhood sexual abuse to come forward with a claim against their abusers, no matter when the abuse occurred. Something that is extraordinarily popular with the general public. And last year when we polled statewide, it turns out 86% of the population, regardless of party, demanded that we do this exact thing. Last week, we heard heartbreaking and powerful testimonies from survivors and advocates during our committee hearing. These stories laid bare the unimaginable pain that so many have endured and the critical responsibility we have to protect the most vulnerable among us. Today, I'm going to read some of these testimonies and a few who weren't able to participate in the committee hearing to remind us of the real lives behind this legislation, the children and survivors who desperately need our action. One of the members of the broad coalition in support of SCR 2 is the Southern Ute Indian Tribe. They joined the Ute Mountain Ute Indian Tribe in support of this measure because of the incredible impact that sexual abuse has in their communities. And both sovereign nations, the only sovereign nations that reside within our Colorado state borders, are in support of the measure. And in fact, when Chairman Baker addressed the joint session earlier this year, listing the legislative priorities of the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, he called on the legislature to do right by his people and pass this measure. In a press release that was issued yesterday, Chairman Baker says, "Our reason for supporting this amendment is simple. We must protect our most precious resource, our children, and keep our communities safe for all. Now is the time to get this done." The press release goes on to say, "Sexual violence against Native children is a documented and ongoing crisis. Historical federal policies mandated that Native children attend residential boarding schools with the stated goal of assimilating them and eliminating Native cultural practices. These institutions, while failing to erase Native cultures, became sites of widespread abuse, including physical, emotional, and sexual violence. Extensive research has identified thousands of cases of sexual abuse perpetrated against Native children by staff and caretakers at these schools. These figures reflect only reported and documented incidents. Experts believe the actual number of cases is significantly higher. Presently, additional research has shown Native children experience sexual abuse at rates 3 to 4 times higher than the average. A disproportionate number of these offenses are committed by non-native individuals. Research consistently shows that survivors of childhood sexual abuse are at higher risk for long-term psychological and social challenges, including depression, substance abuse, suicide, and experiences of domestic violence. Without intervention, these effects of this trauma can persist across generations. Numerous barriers, legal, societal, and psychological, have historically prevented Native victims from pursuing justice or confronting perpetrators. As a result, many offenders have not been held accountable and may even have continued to offend. The proposed amendment aims to address this gap by enabling survivors to pursue civil action, thereby creating a legal pathway for accountability and healing. This amendment represents a step forward toward addressing long-standing injustices and mitigating the intergenerational impact of trauma in Native communities. I've been asked to read some more testimonies. This is a friend of the community named Randy Cady. Randy has been coming to this Capitol for years and years to advocate for this exact policy. He says, to understand the need for this bill and why it is important, you need to hear from a sexual abuse survivor. Randy Cady, now 59, is doing what he couldn't do when he was being molested by his first grade teacher, speaking out. I want you to take a moment and remember being back in the first grade and how young that really is. Now imagine being sexually molested by your first grade teacher in class with other students around. As a child, Randy's parents did the right thing and taught him stranger danger. To him, stranger danger was a man offering him candy to get him into his car and kidnap him. He never knew that the danger could be from a teacher his parents trusted with his care. A teacher he was told to respect and obey. Randy's teacher would ask him to sit on his lap. He vividly remembers looking down and watching as the teacher put his hand down his pants under his underwear and fondled him. This happened on multiple occasions throughout the school year. He didn't know what to say or do. Randy had no understanding of what the teacher was doing to him. He had no concept of sexual boundaries. That one teacher molested more than 30 boys that school year. After Randy's mom passed away in 2012, he discovered newspaper clippings and other records that his mother had kept, detailing the school's role in the molestations. As an adult, what he read angered him because he saw the school denied any responsibility. Randy requested public records from the Aurora Police Department, the Arapahoe County Court, and the Cherry Creek School District regarding the molestations. He received records from the police department and the county court, but the school district responded that they couldn't find any records. I want to repeat that. The school district could not find one record from the incidents. From the police report, Randy learned the principal and assistant superintendent conspired to not involve the police after the teacher admitted to molesting dozens of boys. The teacher was allowed to resign for personal reasons with no record of the sexual molestation complaints or his admission of guilt. The school district supported its actions in a letter sent to parents, a letter stating that they were satisfied that the issue was handled properly. The principal and assistant superintendent actively covered up the molestations of 30 and more boys. Randy wants accountability for what they knew and refused to admit happened under their watch. He wants an opportunity for people like him to speak up and speak out and take the power back from those that tried to cover up the molestations. What happened to Randy Cady is not an isolated incident. I want to make something clear about Mr. Cady's testimony. It doesn't mean that he didn't get the records. The primary argument from the Catholic Church in their testimony in committee was that survivors will have no way to produce any record of what happened to them. Randy's case is a perfect example of how untrue that is. He got all of the records that he needed from the police department and from the newspapers. He only stressed in his testimony that the school failed to comply because he found it reprehensible. He had all of the documents ready to go until the law was overturned. The next testimony is from a woman named Jill. My name is Jill Brogdon, and I'm a survivor of child sex trafficking by a Denver Public Schools teacher. She was here. This is her testimony written to the committee. She gave me permission to read it today. She's also part of the Colorado Human Trafficking Council and feels really strongly about this amendment. She says, when I was 12 years old, I was coerced by the wrestling coach of my middle school to have sex with him, and then later forced to have sex with teachers from other school districts, with construction workers, hunting guides, stock show attendees, and pimps on Colfax. I was trafficked by the teacher until I was 18 years old. On multiple occasions, the principal of the middle school was made aware of suspicious activities happening between me and the school teacher. For instance, in order to keep me under his control, the teacher proposed to the principal that I become his personal assistant. The principal approved the proposal, subjecting me to abuse on a daily basis. Let me restate that the principal approved a 13-year-old girl as a personal assistant to the boys' gym teacher. On one occasion, another teacher walked into the staff bathroom where the trafficker was molesting me and said, "Oops, excuse me," and shut the door. Not a single school official did anything to protect me from being sexually abused by the teacher, not even after they saw or suspected I was being sexually abused. In 1993, 13 years after I left the situation, my trafficker was indicted by a grand jury for workers' comp fraud and other related crimes. The teacher contacted me at my job and asked how old I was so he could confirm that the statute of limitations was expired. He told me that one of his other victims contacted the Attorney General and alleged that he sexually assaulted her as a child. He urged me to deny any involvement if I were to be contacted by the Attorney General's office. My therapist at the time was also a counselor for DPS. When I told her about being sexually abused and trafficked by the teacher, she told me my disclosure was a mandatory report since the teacher was still employed by DPS. On my 31st birthday, I wrote a 7-page statement to the Denver Public Schools detailing my abuse, and the next week gave a recorded statement to the administration. Weeks later, I received a call from DPS attorneys telling me that the teacher was offered early retirement. I was awarded nothing and forced to continue paying for services out of my own pocket. There were several missed opportunities for school officials to protect me and any other victims from harm. Instead, they covered it up and ultimately protected my perpetrator, leaving me with no recourse for justice. Now my own personal justice is to advocate for the rights of other survivors, which is why I'm here today. I believe that voters should have the opportunity to help survivors who were abused as children get justice and hold their abusers accountable. Equally important, I believe children today should be protected and have a pathway forward for justice against their abusers. For these reasons, I urge a yes vote from the committee. Thank you for your time. And she said she was available to answer questions, but that is not relevant on the floor here. We heard from 2 more members of the Native community, actually far more. 2 of them asked me specifically to read their testimony here on the floor. I'll read parts from a woman named Raven Payment, who is an Ojibwe woman, a community member, a combat veteran of the U.S. Navy, a mother, and a member of the MMIR task force. I'm also a survivor of child sexual abuse. My formative years are saturated in a trauma that has followed me my entire life. Even though the physical presence ended, the damage from that predation endures. My abuser has never been held accountable. A man named Teddy bravely came forward, in his own words in committee, for the first time. He's talking about this apart from his spouse and his therapist because he feels so strongly about the passage of SCR 2. He says, I've struggled with what to say here. I testify often before this body. It's one of the ways I stay involved in the legislative process and work to ensure that the voices of underserved communities are heard. But this is, without question, the most difficult and the most important testimony I will ever give. Teddy is a citizen of the Coyote Valley Band of Pomo Indians and a resident of Denver, by the way. My mother sometimes refers to my 4th grade year as the lost year. She says it jokingly, referring to a school that didn't turn out to be what it claimed, but I call it the lost year for a different reason, because it was the year I was repeatedly sexually abused by a parent volunteer at the school. For decades, I've tried to suppress the memories of what he did to me and what I know he did to other boys at the school, but the truth is, it never really goes away. It stays with me every day. I am a survivor of childhood sexual abuse, and because of the statute of limitations, I will never have the opportunity to hold my abuser or the school that failed to protect me accountable. That is why this amendment matters, not just for me, but for the countless others who live in silence, burdened by something they didn't choose or couldn't stop. This measure won't undo the past, but it can offer a path to justice for others. And maybe, just maybe, it can help chip away at the stigma that keeps so many of us in the shadows. I urge you to support this amendment. Many of you know a man named Ray Desser. My colleague knows him well because she partnered with him in the passage of many bills along the years. I've been in close contact with Ray for the last 5 years since I've been working on these issues, and I reached out last night just to see how he was doing and to make sure he was aware of the second reading vote, and asked if he would like me to say anything on his behalf. Ray was abused at a school, a boarding school. His story has been detailed in the Greeley Trib, in countless news stories, Channel 4, the Denver Post. He has been talking about this for years. He's been sober for over 30 years. He is doing well and is passionately advocating for the passage of this amendment this year. When I asked him if he'd like me to pass on any thoughts to all of you, he said, well, they all know me. I've been here. He wrote back and said, Ms. Danielson, my twin brother was in the same school as I was, but he never got sober and has just passed away. This is a direct result of what happened to him and serves as a reminder to me to keep pushing forward. Now more than ever, this means more to me. Thanks for everything you've done. He said to me in a phone call, don't let his death be in vain. He wasn't able to shed the alcoholism, and what Ray told us is that it led to his death. His twin brother endured the same abuse at the same hands of the same man in the same bunkhouse of the same school. And now he's gone. One more testimony I want to read comes from a woman who now lives in California. The trauma of her abuse over the course of her childhood was so significant. Traveling between here and southern Colorado on I-25 was so triggering. She lives in California now with her beautiful family. She was pursuing a claim forward after we passed the law in 2021 that came to an abrupt halt as soon as the Supreme Court overturned it. But she joined us last year out of her passionate commitment for the amendment last year and flew in again this year to urge you all to support this amendment to get this on the ballot. She says, I'm lucky I had a wise grandmother. Whenever I would ask her to extend her visits, she would always tell me she would rather I wish her to stay longer than wish that she would go home. My hope for today is by the time I'm done speaking, you'll still be listening. My name is Angie Witt. I've been a middle school educator, high school counselor, and have 2 master's degrees. I hold my license to practice psychotherapy in 2 states. I am married and the mother of 2 boys, ages 9 and 11. I'm also a survivor of childhood sexual abuse. While I have achieved much and live in an apparently normal life, my private thoughts, bodily sensations, and emotional life represent an ongoing challenge to maintaining balance. I continue to have post-traumatic intrusions from the many years of sexual, physical, and emotional abuse in my childhood. Post-traumatic intrusions include nightmarish flashbacks of abuse that can occur in my dreams or even while I'm alert during the day when triggered by the reminder of the context of abuse, such as public humiliations of people, news about a rape or sexual abuse, trafficking, threats of violence against innocent people. Even yelling or screaming in my environment can be triggering. I've been in trauma treatment for years, and though I'm healing, it is still difficult. Even now, I-25 can flood my mind with recollections of road trips where much of my abuse occurred. The amount of concentration it takes to drive without reminders of what was done to me is so profound. Yet I have traveled here because it is important to me that you know why this amendment matters. I was repeatedly sexually victimized throughout my childhood by my pastor. It began in 1985. I was 7 years old. My own home was tumultuous, and the church across the street was supposed to be a safe haven until it wasn't. My mind shielded the abuse from my consciousness until 2018. I was 41. Memories flooded forth, and the delayed manifestation of my childhood came unpredictably. I reported this pastor, who was still actively preaching in the same church where he masterfully groomed me, my entire extended family, and the Pueblo community. The police filed away my complaint since the statute of limitations had passed. I am not alone. The National Sexual Violence Resource Center reported in 2010 that about 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men have been raped at some point in their lives. 1/4 of male victims were 10 years old or younger. What I found particularly interesting is that in 2018, they found that less than 40% of people reported sexual violence to the police in 2017, but only 25% in 2018. Perhaps, as in my case, a police report didn't make a difference, only made the victim feel worse. The denomination's internal investigation was quick. In 3 weeks' time, his job was terminated. He was allowed to retire receiving his full pension, which came in part from the money my family gave over his 34 years of ministry. He had a party inviting the community, including my parents. Then he took a vacation to Hawaii. When I asked the denomination about due diligence with current church children or other victims, they responded that there was nothing they could do. My abuser no longer worked for them. They took the information I gave and buried it. After years of intense therapy, I felt empowered to step forward to hold my abuser and the denomination accountable. I asked for financial help to make it possible to receive the level of treatment I need. They responded with an offer of a $5,000 donation in exchange for a non-disclosure agreement, wanting to strip me of my power and silence my voice. I chose not to accept their offer. In 2021, I was 43 when Senate Bill 21-088 was signed into law, allowing me a window to file a civil claim regarding my childhood sexual abuse. I took action, but my hope of justice was dashed only 18 months later, learning that language in the Constitution needed to be first amended. I felt re-traumatized, my power and voice once again taken. In 2024, I was 46. I used my voice to urge senators to hold people accountable for the abuse of children who struggle for a lifetime to work through their wounds and heal. Coloradans lost the chance to use their voices on the ballots by one legislative vote. Each no vote communicated that survivors did not matter, that what happened to me was not significant in their eyes, that it was more important to protect my abuser and those who covered up the abuse rather than allow the judicial system the opportunity to hear my case and decide if the evidence I provided was enough. Legislators should not determine whether or not I have a case. It's 2025, I'm almost 48. I'm requesting a yes vote on SCR 2, allowing citizens of Colorado to be given a voice about this amendment to finally shift the imbalance of power. To deny this opportunity, this chance to vote, aligns with the silencing my abuser and the church denomination did to me. Instead, take this first step to create consequences for rapists. Give hope to people who were sexually abused in their childhoods. It can take years of treatment before somebody has the strength to speak up. Please do not silence the voters of Colorado as I was silenced. Your vote matters. Please give a voice to all of us. I received countless other testimonies They are very similar. In every one, they were able to produce the proper documentation. It would require to move forward with a civil claim under the law that was passed in 2021. In every single case, there was no question as to whether or not the survivor remembered what happened to them. Because how could you forget? In every single case, they said, no matter what you feel the law should look like, the point is the legislature can take no action for this justice for any survivor in any case, under any circumstances, unless we pass this amendment. We can debate in the years to come what the legislation should look like, similar to what we did in 21, dissimilar, stronger, what have you. That's a debate that absolutely cannot occur. Well, I mean, it can occur, but it can't hold up in a court of law unless we pass this amendment. And there are only two ways that we can pass this amendment. One is getting it on the ballot from the legislature, which only requires 24 votes in this chamber. And the other is a signature gathering effort statewide, which requires the survivor community to go out door to door, selling their trauma and convincing people to put this on the ballot, costing that community and their supporters millions of dollars. We can help them avoid all of that effort. Let the voters have a say and move forward together. Every day that we delay, more lives are impacted. We cannot afford to lose focus. It's time to set aside the politics and act on our duty to protect kids and ensure survivors have the justice that they deserve. One thing that Ms. Witt remarked on that didn't appear in her testimony was that the person, her abuser, and this is also very similar, because these people are not held accountable publicly or in a court of law, they still oftentimes have access to kids. For example, who wouldn't want a former pastor to be the after-school care provider or a child care provider or attend sports events, et cetera, when they're never held publicly accountable or accountable in a court of law, they can still have access to our kids now, and that should matter to every single one of you. It's also important that Coloradans get a chance to vote on this. They want to protect children and help survivors receive the justice that they need. Let's do the right thing.
Senator Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, my story is one of my own sexual abuse, and it's almost not relevant because it happened in Ohio, so this Colorado law will do nothing for me. But I also, like the survivors you heard, relive every day, what if I had been able to turn the guy in when I was 14 years old. I looked him up on Facebook. He's a member of the military. I don't know how many more women he violated, but I never had the opportunity to turn him in because I couldn't even talk about it. The day after it happened, I remember being in my living room and I was hiding behind the couch and just screaming. So I wasn't hiding real well. And my mother had no idea what to do with me. And I had the opinion that I was ruined and that my life couldn't go forward as my family intended for my life to go forward. It was very challenging, physically challenging. I still have physical scars today in the way that my body doesn't work. And hearing these stories each time is it's very draining. It takes all of my energy to be able to listen to the stories and to not continually replay my own in my head. I've gotten a lot better at it, but I shouldn't have to have gotten a lot better at it. We passed a law that the Supreme Court didn't like, so they basically said, go to the ballot. We're asking, please, to be able to go to the ballot so that we can talk about this legislation in here. The ballot measure doesn't require anything. It doesn't have any specifics about who, when, where, why, none of that. That's all to be debated in here, like we have before. And we have in a bipartisan manner before. So we ask, and I ask from the bottom of my heart, that you consider a yes vote so that we can move this forward and we can take the next step in helping victims of childhood sexual assault get the closure they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on SCR 002? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of SCR 002. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. SCR 002 passes. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1004.
House Bill 1004 by Representatives Woodrow, Mabry, and Senators Gonzalez and Hendrickson concerning pricing coordination by landlords.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1004 and the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report.
To the committee reports. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We adopted 2 amendments in the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee that narrowed some of the definitions of what we're talking about in the bill to be more precise. We replaced the term analysis with the term formula in the section that deals with the aggregation of data because it is appropriate and common practice for an analysis to be done. We're talking an example being scoping for comps within the real estate market, whether it's the rental market or the mortgage market. That's totally acceptable, but what is really problematic for consumers, what undermines the freedom of the marketplace, is when you have formulas to exact the highest price that can be supported and combined with a collusionary aspect that negates the forces of equal supply and demand on an equal footing and creates an asymmetric power imbalance. That's where the market fails. And so we've tailored the bill to more specifically reflect that in its language.
All right, is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the BLT committee report to House Bill 1004. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Members, let's exercise our right to speak up and vote. We are now to the bill. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to talk about what this bill is and what this bill is not. Because let's be very clear about what this bill is. This bill is meant to prohibit companies from selling algorithmic tools that allow collusion to take place via algorithm. We don't need smoky backroom deals to take place in order for collusion to be bad, or smoke-free backroom deals either. I hope that we all can agree that collusion is bad, to start. This bill is not about an artificial representation of the marketplace, because there is a difference between public data that is publicly used and publicly visible and accessible to everyone versus non-public data that insiders who either pay a fee or subscribe to a platform then thereafter get to utilize. You know what this bill does not do? This bill doesn't stop public information from being available. This bill does not stop all rent-related software from being available. If 1004 passes and is signed into law, landlords will still be able to research market trends. They could still use Zillow, MLS services, and other tools that are publicly available that use public data as inputs and outputs. I just want to be very clear, though. What this bill seeks to do is to ban and prohibit collusion via algorithm. In my district, I hear all of the time from folks who are saying, gosh, why are rents continuing to skyrocket upwards? Well, it turns out that this tool, the tool that is subject to litigation in multiple states, including here, by these tools that have led to an increase of $136 a month just in the Denver metro area. That's an entire, you add that up, I'm not gonna math in public, but you add that up, month over month times 12, 136 times 12 is an extra month of rent. That's what's at stake here. And so yes, we ask for an aye vote on 1004. I'm seeing everybody lining up, so I know that we're going to have a lot of conversation about this. But at the end of the day, question's real simple. Is it still collusion if it happens under the nice, clean, banal veneer of a shiny algorithm? Or is collusion still bad, no matter where it happens?
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for introducing this bill to my co-prime sponsor. It is a privilege to be on this bill with you. I think my co-prime has done an excellent job of laying the foundation of the problems of the non-public data being put into a centralized computer is what it is. It's a computer that's doing the algorithms, shared by a select few large players in the marketplace. Private data that if they if an employee were to share from one employee of one company to another, would be strong grounds for the sharing of trade secrets, immediate termination, and legal recourse on behalf of the company. But putting it together combined privately into a computer system where it's known that everybody is accessing the computer system, and that's for the mutual benefit of the collusion, is what effectuates the trust. And that is the problem that we're trying to address. What I will build upon and add is that, in addition, even when there is public data, coordination thereof is problematic to the trust as well. Free markets rely on competition. And when there is a significant asymmetric power balance and a small amount of players who are able to easily coordinate on one side of the ledger, in this case the supply side of the ledger, that coordination eliminates the competition and renders there to no longer be a free market on the demand side of the equation. The exegesis of the debate that we're about to hear today is about free markets. I submit to you that House Bill 1004 restores and safeguards the free market. We're going to hear arguments in opposition that it is government overreach and that government overreach is the threat to the free market. But I want to remind this body that the overwhelming thought of modern neoclassical school of economics is that markets fail, yes, when there is government overreach that inhibits the free market, but they also fail if certain elements exist left to their own devices. Those elements, namely, are public goods. We're not dealing with that here. Externalities, we're dealing with a little bit of that here. Asymmetric information or power systems, we're dealing with a whole lot of that here. And monopolies. And what we're dealing with specifically is large companies coordinating with another company to be able to exploit asymmetric information and power imbalances in the market to effectuate a monopoly. That's the market failure, and I want you to keep that in mind as we have this debate. I look forward to the debate that will follow and turn it over at this time.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1004? Who'd like to go first? Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I did hear this bill the other day, and just from a practical standpoint, personally, I'm not aware of that there is coordination by landlords. Maybe the sponsors, have reason to believe that there is. But I'll just tell you from my perspective, and maybe some of my colleagues here that are involved in the rental market here in Denver. I happen to rent a small apartment, not very far from here, and have each and every year for the last several years since I've been in the legislature, I've rented just like a lot of our colleagues. And personally, I can just speak from my own perspective. I've never felt that there's been any collusion at all, or certainly any coordination by landlords. I know before I've rented in the past, I've kind of checked out, different apartments. Now that I'm living here off and on for the legislative session, here in the early evenings, now that it's light, I happen to take walks. And just yesterday, I was out on 9th, 10th, and 11th, 12th, and Acoma and Bannock, not too far from the Capitol. Quite frankly, colleagues, I was stunned at the huge construction that's going on for apartments here in the Denver metro area, and that's just in about a 6 or 8 block area. Some of you have probably noticed these massive apartment complexes that are being built just down the street here off of Broadway and so forth. So, and then when you walk around and you see all of the apartment, the companies that own apartments, a couple that just come to my mind are Cornerstone and Redfin, and I know there's a whole bunch of others. Those are just a couple that come to my mind. They've got apartments for rent out there, you know, big signs and so forth, and that's before the supply of all of these new apartments are going to come online. I can foresee, this is just me, that with the supply that we have right now, it may be a little tight, but when these massive apartment complexes come online, when they're constructed here over the next 6 months and the next year, there's going to be literally hundreds, if not thousands, of apartments just in the downtown area. I don't see, like I say, I rent from a private individual who has you would really literally call them a mom and pop operation. They have just a small number of units, 3 that I'm aware of. And when I was interested, I spoke to them, and I had already checked out the apartment market here, and I determined that their price was reasonable. It was somewhat negotiable between myself and the landlord. I certainly didn't feel that there was any collusion, and I'm not aware that there were any algorithms that they were using. I found out about it, quite frankly, through word of mouth, through another person who had been renting from them. So, you know, yes, if there are these so-called algorithms that are out there, you know, part of this is just up to the consumer, is that these rental signs and these apartment complexes are all over the place. You know, like I say, I walk around in the early evening, and quite frankly, I'm amazed, I'm really stunned as to how many apartments there are in Denver, number one. And all of the signs that are out there, all you got to do is just shop. Just, you know, go see the rental agent and, you know, find out, you know, what it is. There are literally hundreds of rental apartments for rent in the Denver metro area. When I say metro area, just in the downtown area. I can't speak for the suburbs or so forth. But if you shop just a little bit, you're probably going to find a deal. And especially here over the next several months, as these massive apartments come online, I think the sponsors probably know what I'm talking about. I mean, I don't know where all the people are going to come from that are going to fill these massive new apartments that are coming, that are being built right now. But these algorithms can kind of work both ways, is that if there's an algorithm when the supply is tight, there's also going to be algorithms when there's going to be a decreased demand and a huge supply. So it can really work both ways. So, and after hearing the bill, like I say, nobody wants to get gouged. I can understand that. But I think that and the bottom line is that this bill is really going to be unneeded. There's no reason for the heavy hand of government to get into the marketplace. Let's let the marketplace figure it out, which they will, and an educated consumer can just go online and see what's available. And if they don't like the price and the terms, I can assure everybody that there are plenty of apartments out there that you will be able to negotiate a favorable term with a landlord. With all due respect, I don't see that we need to get involved. Virtually none of us, with maybe an exception or two, we're not in the apartment business. And why should we be putting constraints on the owners of all of the apartments, whether they're mom and pop owners or they're mid-size or that they're real estate investment trusts? Let's let the marketplace figure it out, and I think it'll work just fine. So with that in mind, colleagues, I would respectfully urge a no vote on House Bill 1004. Thank you.
All right, Senator would like to go next. Rich.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1004. I feel like every time we come up here, when it has to do with the housing bill, it's like Groundhog Day all over again. I believe that if the General Assembly would be sincerely want to address housing affordability, it would be wise to leverage such tools to expand Colorado's housing supply rather than simply banning their use. The bottom line is that housing and rental markets are subject to the forces of supply and demand. And I don't know why we picked, only allowing the use of two. And with that, I offer an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read Amendment 16.
Amendment L16, amending gross bill, page 3.
Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is about protecting taxpayers, and this amendment would ensure that the use of a rental algorithm by more than 500 landlords within a specific housing market, rather than just 2 landlords, would be prohibitive. Currently, this bill prohibits the distribution of any rental algorithm that is intended for use by more than 2 landlords within a housing market. This is a blatantly counterintuitive requirement that would kill this Colorado industry. This amendment would expand this bill's cap to 500 landlords, allowing everyday Coloradans to utilize this innovative technology while also ensuring that its widespread use is appropriately monitored. Like the good senator from Colorado Springs just previously mentioned, algorithms can work in a positive way as well. So I would encourage a thoughtful conversation about L016. I move L016 to House Bill 2510-04. Ask for an aye vote.
All right, members, the question is L16. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on L16. The issue that we're getting at is the coordination, and the trust is effectuated when they're collectively private ownership of the rental units amount to an outsized share of the market. That's when they're able to, through coordination of the collusion effectuated through the algorithm, to leverage the market against the demand side to end that free market elements there. And that can be several hundred small rental units, although that's rarely the case, or owners, that's rarely the case. What it often is those that have majority over a small geographic area. So when we think about, if you go just south of here, down Logan Street or Broadway, and think of some of the major intersections, you could think about this in Bonfort or Montbello, as well in Pueblo, where you will have only one or two or three, maybe four different properties with separate ownership, but there are several hundred to several thousand units within that enclave that has one or two or three or four owners, and that there is either a monopoly or an oligopoly over that geographic area that can be effectuated into a trust through the coordination and collusion of an algorithmic rent tool. So for those reasons, the two language is necessary, because for this to happen, there needs to be coordination, needs to be more than one. That's where the two comes from. But it's also why we've stated that just two are essential to this bill, because it can happen with just two separate unit owners, particularly in an urban environment when those two properties owned by separate ownership account for significant plurality or majority of the neighborhood's residents. But it doesn't have to be that way. We can think about this in small towns throughout the state where only a few dozen units apiece between two properties could be used to leverage a rendering that nullifies the free market and creates forces that forces of collusion rather than competition amongst the suppliers at the expense of the residents on the demand side of the ledger. Ask for a no vote on L16.
All right. We're on L16. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, good morning, everyone. Good to see so many happy faces here. Or not. Anyway, I actually am somewhat familiar with this bill because it's very similar to a bill that was run last year. And I had the opportunity to speak on this bill last year a number of times in opposition. And I am in opposition again this year. I'm happy that the term algorithmic devices was not completely taken out of the bill this year, because I don't want to split hairs, but I believe from a tech standpoint that's kind of a weird term and is perhaps being inappropriately used at a national level, but that's just me. I do want to speak to this amendment, though, Amendment L16, which I stand in support of. So, members, this bill on if you look at it on page 3, line 8, it specifies that the algorithmic device is sold, so it's prohibiting, let me back up, determination of rent amount, sale, distribution, and use of algorithmic devices prohibited, illegal restraint of trade or commerce, definitions. 1A, the sale or distribution for consideration of an algorithmic device is prohibited if the algorithmic device is sold or distributed with the intent, and I think that's an interesting term, so we can dig in a little bit more on that term intent a little bit later. Intent that it will be used by two or more landlords in the same market or a related market to set or recommend the amount of rent, level of occupancy, or other commercial term associated with the occupancy of a residential premises. So there's several pieces of this particular paragraph in this bill that I think is really interesting, because it refers to two or more landlords in the same market or related market. So I'm not sure if we're talking about market rent, where is that actually attributed? Do you determine a market, like for me, would it just be the town of Castle Rock? Or would that market actually extend just slightly north to Castle Pines? Or would it extend even further north to Lone Tree? I'm curious about that. Or is the market just Lone Tree, or does that extend over county line into Centennial? I mean, just because we have these kind of invisible barriers, these invisible lines in the sand between municipalities, does that define the market? And who's actually going to police this? I support this amendment wholeheartedly, because the idea that you're going to say that if you have two landlords who utilize some sort of algorithm, which, oh, by the way, this an algorithmic device, that's a calculator. That's your phone. I didn't bring my phone up, but I do have a calculator on my phone. It's actually a really cool scientific type of calculator that I used to have one of those really fancy HP scientific calculators back in the day, but I like my phone a lot better. So if we're talking about like two landlords meeting in a dark alley somewhere behind Park Meadows Mall with their phones, trying to figure out what the average rent is, by golly, they're guilty. I'm kind of a real estate wonk. Y'all know that about me, so I'd be happy to talk about how is rent actually determined? How's it determined? Well, if you subscribe to the theory that you have a bunch of people hooked up to an algorithmic device, maybe their phone, maybe it's a computer program, I don't know, it could be a lot of different things. Two or more, they're going to be violating this law. Here's the thing. I mean, there's this book, this publication called Apartment Insights. And back in the day when I was assessor, we would actually have to value apartment buildings. And you know how you value apartment buildings? You have to use the market approach. That's Colorado law, which is kind of weird because you don't sell apartments. You sell apartment complexes, you sell apartment buildings, and that's what you have to use. But here's the thing. How do you decide what an apartment building is going to sell for? How do you do that? Well, there's a couple of different ways. You can look at what similar apartment buildings or complexes have sold over time, specifically within a study period. That's assessor talk. But that doesn't happen super often. I don't know if you've been through Castle Rock. We have a bunch of apartment buildings now. We didn't used to. But they don't sell that frequently in a 2-year period in Castle Rock or in Castle Pines or in Parker. So you have to broaden the net, and you have to look at what apartment complexes have sold for, maybe outside of Douglas County. Sure, that's not comparing apples to apples always, but you can kind of get a general idea because you do what? You compare rent rates. Because if you are an investor looking at buying an apartment building, you're going to actually say, what can I make? What do these apartments rent for? How does this pencil? because I have investors that I'm probably trying to represent. And so those investors probably want to make a return on their investment. So you're not going to necessarily invest or purchase a property that is where the apartments are renting for less than the expenses. And that's a whole piece of it too. What are the expenses? If it's an older apartment building, the expenses are always going to be higher. If it's newer, less deferred maintenance maybe, less maintenance that's necessary. So that's why Amendment L16 here is really important, because it's saying two? It's impossible to determine a market rent if you're standing on an island. If you are not looking at the information available. I talked about just a minute ago this publication called Apartment Insights. So Apartment Insights is great. It's actually, I believe, published by the Apartment Association. And my appraisers, when they're determining the property value for an apartment complex, are looking at Apartment Insights. And that says that has market rents all the way through it of different apartment buildings throughout the Denver metro area. It's not free. You have to pay for it because they've done the work to put this information together. But it has expense information, it has apartment buildings that have sold, it has market rates, highs, lows, ranges, because guess what? It's not stagnant, it changes. So this is the thing. My appraisers, when they are looking to value a property, an apartment building, are having to use this information. So would this publication now be illegal? It's not on my phone, but I guess it could be. I would submit to you, for your consideration that in order to determine if you are an apartment owner, if you are a landlord, apparently wearing a big black hat because you're bad, if you're one of those people, how do you know what the market will bear when you are advertising that you have an apartment available? Because that is how it goes. That's how it works. The idea that every apartment owner, every landlord is plugged into some sort of magical algorithmic device is patently false. Further, this bill is based on litigation in New York. I don't think Denver's New York. Maybe parts of it are, but really not. I don't think that, and I believe also, as I recall from last year, that this legislation is being a little preemptive, kind of trying to leverage that litigation that has not been resolved, oh, by the way. Not been resolved. So you have a company that has provided a service to those who choose to partake in it, probably not for free, I'm guessing they have to pay for it, free market and all, to help apartment owners understand what the market lease rates are. It could be based on square footage, but in apartments, it's not really. It's based on the number of bedrooms and the amenities and all sorts of other things. So I stand in wholehearted support. This is what this amendment does is it says, rather than limiting, let me go back to the bill itself here, the algorithmic device is sold or distributed with the intent that it will be used by 2 or more landlords. That broadens it to 500 or more landlords. I think that that's entirely appropriate, and ask for your aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
All right. As we proceed, members, I will just remind us the question is L16, which is a pretty narrow proposed change from the number 2 to the number 500 in one place in the bill. General commentary on the policy is certainly fair game. Let's try to anchor that when we are talking to the bill. With that, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in favor of Amendment L016 offered by my colleague from Grand Junction. And it's good to follow on the comments of my colleague from Castle Rock, who was the assessor in our county, Douglas County, for several terms. So I think she knows quite a bit about rental real estate, all forms of real estate, and has made some excellent points about this amendment. Just to echo what's been said on it, the amendment would ensure that the use of a rental algorithm by more than 500 landlords within a specific housing market, rather than just 2 landlords, would be prohibited. So right now under the bill, 2 landlords using this, at least 2 landlords, prohibited. The whole system thrown out, not able to use it apparently. So you're basically going to, destroy this industry for whatever presumably it's worth use to people in the real estate industry. And the amendment would expand the bill's cap to 500 landlords, allowing everyday Coloradans to use this new technology, innovative technology, ensuring its widespread use, and if we need to take a look at it down the road. Presumably, the intent of this bill is to get at some type of price fixing or antitrust or anti-competitive activity in the rental real estate area. And I'm just not convinced that that is a huge problem. I think that certainly not a problem that warrants more legislation. We keep getting bill after bill to regulate the rental real estate market, and then we wonder why it keeps getting more expensive for folks. I don't think the problem with rental real estate is anti-competitive, antitrust, price-fixing kind of activity. I think the problem is it's too expensive, and the reasons it's too expensive are the taxes, the property taxes, the regulations, the rules, the handbooks, all of the things, the legal fees you have to pay to be in compliance. And you got to be up on all these rules, and we're taking this all the way down to two folks in the business, and that's really, smaller landlords are the ones that are having trouble complying with all of these rules and regulations. If you're a big apartment owner, developer, owner putting out rental housing, you probably got a lawyer on your staff, you probably got compliance people on your staff, or you can tap into that. But what about the folks that are just trying to put some, a couple of rental units out there, working in their neighborhood to make things more affordable? And then we come in with a bill like 1004, another round of regulations and concerns that people need to be aware of. So I think this amendment, L016, offered by the senator from Grand Junction, And she certainly knows in her area, as we all do, we're trying to make rental real estate in Grand Junction or Douglas County or wherever it might be. We're trying to make rental real estate more affordable. That's the problem, is that there's so many taxes and fees and rules and regulations that it's getting to be an industry that, just to keep up with it, even the small businesses offering rental properties have a huge regulatory burden. They need to be in compliance, and then you can be sued and have complaints filed against you with various state agencies. And so I think this is an excellent amendment. We heard this bill in the Judiciary Committee a few days ago, and at the time, I know these similar concerns were raised in the committee, and I think the bill still needs some work, and I think this amendment by my colleague from Grand Junction would be a good addition. So I would urge my colleagues to support it.
Senator Rich, 2L16.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the words from the good senator from Highlands Ranch. I certainly appreciate the good senator from Parker, and someone that is a former assessor probably knows this subject better than most. One of the things I'd like to say is, when we're talking about just using 2 landlords, I'm just wondering where that came from, and nobody has really responded to that yet, unless it came from New York. But I am in the same apartment complex that I have been in for the last 4 years, and I only rent when we're here in session. I don't keep that year-round. And the rent on that apartment, my apartment, hasn't changed. So when we're talking about collusion, I hope there's some data on that. I haven't heard that there's any data on collusion. It might be paranoia, but I believe that this amendment, L016, could better serve the community than just going with 2 landlords. And so I just renew my motion for an aye vote on L016.
Is there further discussion on L16? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L16. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. No. The noes have it. 16 is lost. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I am here to help. I appreciated very much the presentation of the bill originally, or earlier, not too long ago, a little while ago. Collusion, collusion, collusion. That's what we're trying to avoid. I'm on board. I am a student of politics, have a couple political heroes. Teddy Roosevelt, the trust-busting Teddy Roosevelt, who was among those who brought us the Sherman Antitrust Act, is one of my heroes. We have in Colorado statutes, Article 3, Title 6, Fair Trade Act, and it speaks about collusion, and we do not want collusion. However, that's not what this bill's about. This bill goes so far beyond that as to, in fact, be more than collusion. It's anti-market, in my opinion, as drafted. It simply says if you own multiple buildings with multiple doors in each building, you may not use technology. Return, if you will, please, to your stone tablets and your abacus to do your marketing analysis and marketing plans. The analysis would be done on the abacus. The marketing work would be done on stone tablets, hard to carry around, but, get an extra mule in a large cart and you can probably carry those stone tablets around as you are marketing. The bill goes far too far. So, I have a couple suggestions that I would bring it in alignment with my shared value with the bill sponsors against collusion. Let's not allow for collusion, but let's actually allow for the folks who do the business of putting roofs over people's lives to be smart about how they do that business in a non-collusive way. If you read into the bill,
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L22.
Amendment L22, amend re-engrossed bill, page 3, strike lines 14 and 15, and substitute the occupancy of a residential premises based on non-public competitor data.
Minority Leader Lundin.
thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L22 to House Bill 1004.
To the amendment.
Colleagues, you don't have to read too far into the bill. You get to Section 2 of the bill. You'll find it on the re-engrossed version of the bill, which looks like it's a House strike below. It's a lot of House amendments, so I think it was probably a strike below in the House. You get to Section 2, page 3, line 12. It's talking about the determination of rent amounts, sale, distribution, and the use of algorithmic devices being prohibited. Illegal restraint of trade or commerce definitions. It's the definition section in part. This amendment addresses Roman 2. It says you cannot use let me back up. The sale or distribution for consideration of an algorithmic device is prohibited, if in fact it does this. Roman 2, the device sets or recommends the amount of rent, level of occupancy, or other commercial term associated with, and then here's where I want to make the change. The language as presented in the bill says it's prohibited, if you're doing this, the device does these things, associated with the occupancy of residential premises based on data or analysis that is similar for each landlord. Well, let's think about that for a second. I'm a tenant. I did some rental property shopping a few months ago when I was preparing to rent a place for this General Assembly session. And I went out and I actually visited 3 or 4 different places. Oddly enough, and I'm going to round the numbers just to make my case more extreme or more obvious, one of the places I looked at wanted $2,000 for the place I wanted to rent. Another place I looked at wanted $2,000 for the place I wanted to rent. Another place I looked at wanted $2,000 for the place I wanted to rent. Now, actually, that's not accurate. One was $1,795, one was $1,823, one was $1,799. But they were all fundamentally the same. Well, no matter how they arrived at that, if they used technology, a computer, to get there, this bill would make that illegal. So the amendment says, let's change that language. Let's make the language reasonable. Let's prevent coercion and protect actual market economics so that we can have plenty of roofs over people's lives. So the amendment would make that section, again, it's a prohibition, the device sets or recommends it's prohibited to use the device if it sets or recommends the amount of rent, level of occupancy, or other commercial term associated with the occupancy of a residential premises based on non-public competitor data. That's exactly what the bill sponsor said they wanted. Don't be using non-public information to set your, this amendment simply says you can use a computer to figure it all out if you want, but in fact, it can't be based on non-public competitor data. So this amendment to the bill simply makes the bill prove up that it is in fact doing what the sponsors represent it wants to do. So I urge your support of Amendment 22 and ask the bill sponsors to join in that support.
Thank you. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the good senator from Monument spoke to one of the critical aspects that we spoke to in our opening, that is the sharing of non-competitive data. That is a problem. The other key part that I spoke to in our opening comments on House Bill 1004 was the coordination of data for the explicit purposes of affecting rents. Emphasis on the coordination piece, the acting together mutually as one. That's the trust, right? That's the oligopoly working as a monopoly. And so L22 would allow that to continue as long as it was just done with the public data. Now, the good senator from Monument gave some examples of searching within the residential marketplace in rents that were very similar or, you know, almost exactly alike amongst properties with different management, different ownership. And that is fine. That's actually what we would expect in a competitive marketplace if that analysis comes from those units, those management firms, those owners, looking at data, doing analysis, looking internally at their vacancy rates, perhaps looking and seeing broadly what the vacancy rates are for the city that they're in. In this case, I think we're talking about Denver because we're talking about the apartment up here. We're able to say, I see what my competitors are offering, and my vacancy rate is on par with the city as an average. I want to be right in the middle of the market of the units that I'm comparable to in this neighborhood with the target demographic, and I'm going to be right in line with that. Maybe in an individualized analysis, a landlord would say, you know, my vacancy rate is actually lower than what it is for the median right now, and I have I have some give. I can afford to be priced a little bit above or on the higher end of that market spectrum. That's fine. That's still legal. That's part of that individualized analysis that happens every day in competitive markets, and this bill does nothing to touch on that. Where it becomes a problem is when either the multiple managers or owners, sometimes both, were to come together and say, hey, here's your rates, here's your offerings, here's the quality of the units available, here's the neighborhood, we're in the neighborhood, here's the vacancies for us individually, each member individually, and then throughout this affected area as a whole. We're going to use this to coordinate. And we know how many applicants there are. That's often another piece of this. We know how many applicants there are, so we know exactly what the demand is. And together we can pool this information and coordinate this information in a way that the demand side of the ledger could never do. And we're going to use that to exact collectively, in coordination, the highest rents that we possibly can. That is where you lose the free market. And L22 still allows for that behavior. It's not meeting together in person, but it is meeting together through a computer that conducts that coordination for you. And by taking out or still preventing the non-public data from being used in that coordination, you loosen the effect from what there is now, but you still allow for significant collusion, significant coordination to exist. You still allow for that failure of the free market to be propagated in a way that affects explicitly the demand side of the ledger, the consumers, the renters, and I ask for a no vote on L22.
Thank you. Senator Minority Leader Lundin.
Madam Chair, all right, let's dig in a little further. Au contraire, Here is what is made illegal. Section 1, A. Sale or distribution for consideration of an algorithmic device is prohibited. How? If it meets two criteria. The first, the algorithmic device is sold or distributed with the intent that it will be used by two or more landlords in the same market or a related market to set or recommend the amount of rent, level of occupancy, or other commercial term associated with the occupancy of residential premises. Okay, so far, and this is calling all technology companies, so far we have just described a Google sheet, an Excel spreadsheet. Anybody who has a spreadsheet with the ability to build formulas into it fits that definition. That's the first element. All right, so let's go to the second element. What's the second element? The device, spreadsheet, sets or recommends the amount of rent, level of occupancy, or other commercial term associated with, okay? So it's still just a spreadsheet. You use it to figure out what should we price unit 432 for. It tells you by mathematics how to set the rent. And this is the part we're quibbling over. This is the part we're fighting over. I'm saying the qualifier that saves it from being about nothing more than being in an Excel spreadsheet or a Google spreadsheet or any of the other off-the-shelf spreadsheets are these next two lines. The occupancy or residential premises based on data, so that's just fluff, that doesn't, or analysis that is similar for each landlord. Well, what do you think? Landlord A, who has an apartment, half a block away from landlord B, who has an apartment 9 blocks away from landlord C. Of course it's going to be similar. It's Denver, stinking Colorado. We all have a sense of what they're going to be. It's going to be similar. So your Excel spreadsheet, Google. Get your lobbyist in the lobby quickly. Microsoft. Get your lobbyist in the lobby promptly. Your spreadsheets are illegal in this bill. The only qualifier is about non-public data. That's what Amendment 22 speaks to. It says the occupancy of a residential premises based on non-public competitor data. That's the piece of the puzzle that makes it collusive. That's what creates something that should offend anyone. No one should want to have to live in a world where collusion is setting your prices. As drafted, the sale or distribution for consideration of an algorithmic device, spreadsheet, has no qualifiers that prevent it from being basic Excel, Google Sheets, whatever spreadsheet product you might use. I urge your support of Amendment 22 simply to make the bill rational. And let's fight against collusion while we're at it.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're still missing the other key element of this, which is the coordination, right? That is a critical aspect of this, and the public data still allows for the coordination. I really appreciate the example of the Google Sheets. Every individual property manager should be able to have a Google Sheet or an Excel, if that's what you prefer, Excel document, to do analysis on the market rates, their trajectories for themselves, absolutely. That's one of the key reasons why we adopted L11 in committee, because we want to be very, very clear that that activity is allowable. It's when that data is used in coordination that it becomes a problem. That is where the free market is collapsed in favor of the supply side and at the exclusion of the demand side, harming the renters. That is what we're getting at. And L22 would allow that to continue to be perpetuated, albeit in a diminished form. That's not good enough. And that's why I asked for a no vote on L22.
Thank you. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, let's talk about how you determine fair market rent. This is not fair market rent according to Lisa. This is fair market rent. This is just something I pulled off when I Googled, used the Google thing, which might actually be illegal under this bill as well. This is TMG, Property Management Services. This is a website that assists landlords in understanding what they're doing when they're managing a property or owning a property or whatever. So this talks about what factors influence fair market rent. Well, it's the property type. So an apartment complex generally has a lower fair market rent than a single-family home. Makes sense. Or duplexes or townhouses. Makes sense. Location. That determines what the fair market rent is. Location, location, location. This is the fundamental of real estate, right? Amenities. Is there a pool? Is there a workout center? Heck, we've got an apartment complex in downtown Castle Rock that has a dog wash in it. That's pretty cool if you have a dog. What's the space? Are the bedrooms big? Are they small? High ceilings, low ceilings, tricked out kitchen? What's the space like? How many bedrooms? How many bathrooms? What's the condition? We've talked a lot about that this session. What's the condition? All right, this is where I'm getting to my point in support of L022, because I do stand in support of L022. And forgive me for reading, I'm not going to paraphrase this. I'm reading, it says, how do you determine fair market rent? Well, there's no standard calculator or one-size-fits-all response to determining fair market rent. With so many factors at play, just talked about those, right? Fair market rent needs to be calculated for every property individually. However, the best way to calculate how much rent to charge is to look at the current rent rate for comparable properties in the neighborhood. Check out what other property managers are charging for monthly rent. Find 3 to 5 comparable occupied properties with the same square footage and number of bedrooms and bathrooms. Calculate the average rent for all those properties. This will give you a good idea of fair market rent. Adjust the rent up or down based on the factors affecting your property. Proximity to local amenities, such as shopping malls, schools, open public areas. And then it gives you a little, looks like an algorithm to me, calculation on how to actually come up with fair market rent. That's dandy. Should we truly get out the stone tablets? Because that's what we're talking about with this bill. I know we don't use the term ridiculous in this chamber, but that's what this is. This bill says you can't talk to 3 to 5 other property owners. Don't talk to them, because that's collusion to find out what they're renting their properties for. So I guess you have to put on your spy hat and go undercover to figure that out. That's efficient. That's a great way to do business. You know what that is, members? That is a great way to introduce risk into a market that is fundamentally risk adverse. That's what that is. It is a way to make it harder to operate properties. It is a way to make it more expensive to operate properties. And you know who that expense gets passed along to? It gets passed along to the people who rent. That's where it goes. So by golly, we want to make things more expensive for the people of this state, in the free state of Colorado, then pass this bill. But meanwhile, I would recommend that we say yes to L022.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L022? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L022. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L022 fails. Senator Lundin, or,
Thank-
oh, I'm sorry. I can't,
Yep.
oh, okay, I couldn't tell from the back of the head.
All
My
us middle-aged
apologies.
white guys look alike.
Mr. Minority Leader,
All right,
forgive me.
fair en- Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, let's dive in a little further. The limitation on spreadsheets and the sale of spreadsheets is now headed into the codification into the statute books of Colorado. But let's talk a little more practically and a little more precisely about what's happening to the folks who provide apartment living. Let's go ahead and get to the amendment, I guess. 21.
Thank you. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L021?
Amendment L021, amend re-engross bill, page 6, after line 13, insert 6. Notwithstanding any provision of this section
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L21 to House Bill 1004, and I really do enjoy listening to Mr. Schaffler, but colleagues, this is the better part of a page, and so I will save you having to listen to it twice because I intend to read it. What this would do is add a section in just at the bottom of Section 2, just prior to Section 3, element number 6. The intention of this amendment is to clarify that landlords and property management companies can utilize their independently collected data for internal purposes, such as market analysis, rent setting, and forecasting without violating regulations. That's just normal business. It's your information. You know what you're charging for rent. You know what the occupancy rate looks like when you're charging that for rent. You have that information. Specifically, this states that using portfolio data, so that's if you have more than one building, it would be your portfolio of buildings, to generate rent estimates, providing market reports to clients as long as they don't coordinate prices with others. So that is explicit in the amendment. And utilizing software that only analyzes, again, internal data. This is private data, but it's your data. You know this information. It's public to you because it's your information. It allows that, it makes it permissible. Additionally, it allows the use of third-party services as long as they're not sharing data, your data, with others in an effort to coordinate pricing among different landlords. So the way this does it, it's just straightforward. It's, again, I'm kind of carrying the flag for the intent of this bill, but saying the bill is not delivering upon its intent, it's doing something beyond that. The intent is in alignment with this amendment, Amendment 21. It would simply say, notwithstanding any provision of this section to the contrary, nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit the landlord, property manager, or property management company from using data that it has independently collected or generated in the regular course of its business, such as rent amounts, vacancy rates, lease terms, historical property performance, for the purpose of conducting an internal market analysis, rent setting, or forecasting, and a property management company shall not be considered to be engaged in prohibited algorithmic pricing. And when we get to the bill, I'll talk about how that's just nonsense in and of itself. But anyway, let's stipulate to that for the purpose of moving forward with the conversation. Engaging in prohibited algorithmic pricing coordination or prohibited use of an algorithmic device under subsection 1 of this section solely because the property management company, 1, generates rent estimates using its own portfolio data, 2, provides market reports or analysis to property owners or clients, so long as the reports are not shared in a manner intended to coordinate pricing among unaffiliated landlords, or 3, uses tools or software that analyze only the property management company's own internal non-shared data, even if those tools include algorithmic components. Now, I'm here to tell you, if you have ever opened up a spreadsheet and put into the spreadsheet a formula, you have just created a macro, you have just used algorithmic calculations. Everybody does it. You can't avoid it. I mean, this is 25 years old at this point. So, the amendment goes on. The use of a third-party software or service by a landlord, property manager, or property management company does not violate this section if the software or service is limited to 1, the user's own data, 2, does not aggregate or share non-public competitor data, and 3, is not used in a manner that results in coordination or parallel conduct among unaffiliated landlords or competitors. Colleagues, what you're hearing here are plaintiff cries from the folks who own apartment buildings in Colorado saying, we hear you. You don't want collusion. We're trying to comply, and we're also trying to stay in business. Not in an abusive way, but just using the spreadsheets, the data, the information, and the information processing systems that we already use in a non-coercive, collusive way. This is a positive response. I mean, the bill comes, and I don't question its motives, but I look at it and I say, wow, that's got a really big agenda that goes beyond what it's being represented as. That's manifest. It's visible. It's being sold as we don't want collusion. But it goes beyond that. It's saying stop using technology. Become a Luddite. Return to the Stone era. Okay, I exaggerate slightly, but not too much. This amendment is a simple way of saying, you know what? People that have invested in properties in Colorado, we appreciate you. We need you so that the people of Colorado who can't afford to jump above the first 3 rungs of the economic ladder of home ownership in Colorado, because we don't want anybody to be able to buy a for-sale condominium. We've made that clear. Colorado is closed for sale condominium development and sale. So what do? Well, you rent a place. Oh, no, wait. Now we're trying to drive the folks who rent out of business too, by saying stop using the technology you use to understand what's going on within your own portfolio. I urge your support of Amendment 21 as a rational, even though I'm getting a little bit hyperbolic and wound up, it's a rational amendment that says, we get it. Let's work forward together in a way that honors the great Republican tradition of trust busting and anti-collusion. I'm all in for that, but I'm not in for telling people don't use spreadsheets to figure out how to run your business. I urge your support of Amendment 21.
Thank you. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate where this amendment is coming from. There are still significant problems for the marketplace. If you're so, colleagues, if you're so inclined, pull up Google Maps, because I love technology and I love how technology is when it works and when it's not used in a manner that takes advantage. It's incredible for driving our economy forward. Pull up Google Maps, look at Pueblo, look at the area between Montbello and Calhoun and Comanche Drive. Wonderful neighborhood, right just to the east of Jerry Murphy Boulevard. Wonderful neighborhood just south of the CSUP campus, and where a lot of students live, and in some of the homes a lot of the professors live. You'll see in that area there's several large apartment complexes. You've got Fountain Garden, you've got Skyview, you have the Oasis at Belmont. Belmont's the official name of the neighborhood. You have Woodhaven at Belmont, and you have Steel Canyon. Those are all, if they're not all over 100 units, it's only because Skyview and Fountain Garden maybe have 90. They probably have 100 as well. So you've got several units, several hundred units. Collectively, you have into the thousands of units. Those are 5 different apartments, all with 5 different owners or ownership groups.
And what L21 would say is that if they all happened to contract with the same management company, that management company could use the data of all 5 because it has management authority over those properties to algorithmically rent set for those properties through their own actions that they stand to benefit for as the management company that has all 5 of those different apartment complexes collectively within their portfolio. I don't believe that's the intent of L21, but is a gaping hole that L21 allows, and that is why it's important that we vote no on L21.
Thank you. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L021. Shouldn't be a big shocker to anybody that I would stand here to say yes. Yes, if you are a property manager or a landlord, you should be able to maintain whatever data you want without having to do it under the, how are you supposed to conduct business? What are we going to have, like a new militarized apartment rent-setting police force that's going to go around to check and see if you have a spreadsheet that you created on your computer? Is that what this is about? How are you supposed to do this? And oh, by the way, Google Maps, they draw their data down from companies like Zillow, and oh, they're bad too. This is a bigger topic than we are lending it to, candidly. Are we going to abolish national? Do we have the ability to abolish national algorithms here in Colorado while we try to make things harder for landlords? I guess I would point out, again, and using the good bill sponsors example from Pueblo of the variety of apartment complexes that you can sit there and you can pull down and say, oh, well, a 1-bedroom apartment appears, according to the Google, rents for this dollar amount. But it doesn't provide you all the other information that I already talked about that actually contributes to rent. Like, what kind of condition is that apartment in, that complex in? Do they have a hot tub? Because that would be cool. How many bedrooms or how many bathrooms does that 2-bedroom apartment come with? Is it 1, 2, 1.5? What does that look like? Tells you the location, tells you the dollar amount. This is different. So then, if you are a landlord and you're collecting information like that, then you want to know all that other information about those complexes that may or may not be in competition with you, because that's actually important. This is a really good amendment, members. This does create a middle ground, because I'm not really clear, and I'd like to think I'm not too stupid, but I'm not clear how a landlord is supposed to actually calculate market rent under the auspices of this legislation. It is completely a mystery to me how this is supposed to happen. Because you can't talk to other landlords, because that would make 2 or more. You can't, does that include going online? I'm guessing it does. We already talked, I talked just a couple minutes ago. It's like, if you want to figure out what fair market rent for your property for that 2-bedroom that's just come open in your complex, you need to find 3 to 5 comparable occupied properties. Three to 5 is more than 2. So how does this actually work? This amendment that I stand in favor of, L021, is actually a reasonable solution to this problem. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L021? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L021. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it. L021 fails. To the bill. Is there further? Oh, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One moment. I wanted to talk a little bit about a subject that has not been discussed at all yet, that I'm extraordinarily concerned about when it comes to this legislation. And that is the broad scope of the legislation in that it applies to all rental properties. It's the big guys, those big apartment complexes that are operated and run by Fortune 500 companies, maybe, I don't know. But it also applies to individual property owners who are simply renting a house. I have a text from a friend of mine from Fort Collins. She said, "We're selling our Fort Collins rental. We're great landlords and charge under market for a single mom and her daughter. Fort Collins has landlord registration and fees for landlords. Government overreach took a nice, safe, affordable home off the rental market." Guess what? Guess what, folks, this legislation does? Because it's not just impacting those big guys, those really big apartment landlords, or even the middle-sized guys. I mean, on my way home, I drive by 12 plexes, 10 plexes, those mom and pops. I think it's incredibly important to acknowledge that not everybody wants to live in an apartment. Maybe they have a dog that they want a yard for. They have kids, they want their kids to play outside safely.
Senator Frizzell, I see an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L023?
Amendment L023, amend ring gross bill, page 4, after line 27,
Senator
insert
Frizzell.
5.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L023 to House Bill 1004.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Please tell us about your amendment.
This is a great amendment, and it identifies the problem with this bill or it mitigates the problem with this bill that I just identified. It inserts language on page 4 after line 27 and says, "Notwithstanding any provision of this section to the contrary, this section does not apply to a landlord of a multi-unit residential premise that consists of less than 10 dwelling units." So essentially, members, this carves out the individual property owner, the mom and pop, who probably don't have the time or the wherewithal to deal with the type of regulation and interference that is created in this legislation. I don't know if any of you own property that you rent out. My neighbor does, not the person who sent me the text. She's divested of most of it. who is this legislation really for? Are we trying to make the lives of the landlords harder? Those big guys? Those colluders? Is that what we're trying to do? Or are we trying to stick it to the mom and pops, the people who have they have a house that they rent out, and maybe it's their retirement? Is that who this is about? I ask for your aye vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I rise in support of Amendment L023 for House Bill 1004. I think this is a very good amendment, well thought out. Once again, I just mentioned, like I did a while ago, while I'm up here in Denver, I am renting a small little studio apartment from a mom and pop operator that their sole rental is in one building where they have a studio, a 1-bedroom, and a 2-bedroom unit. That is the extent. They probably don't even know what an algorithm is, and even if they do, I'm sure they don't use one. It's just word of mouth. I was freely able to negotiate with them. They've been great landlords, quite frankly. I won't go into the reasons why, but they're just trying to make ends meet. They've improved the property. I'm sure that there's more that they would like to do. Certainly, a landlord that has less than 10 units, like I say, the chances of them using algorithms are probably slim to none. So this doesn't hurt the bill at all. It just makes it just a little more palatable. So I would urge an aye vote on Amendment L023. It's a good amendment.
Thank you. Senator Henriksen. Or Gonzalez? Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think one of the things I want to be clear, there's actually several things I want to be clear about, but I think my co-prime will speak to, more of the motives of what we're trying to do here in a moment. Speaking specifically to L23, and then our motives for being no on L23 and the bill come later. The products that we're talking about are overwhelmingly, almost exclusively, I don't have the specific number on the small landlord segment, but by design, it's the larger landlords. I'm not sure, I could be wrong, but I highly doubt that there's any, and if there are, maybe more than a couple, that actually use algorithmic rent devices who are landlords of less than 10 dwelling units. However, within this amendment, if a proprietor or an ownership group were to have a portfolio that consisted of multiple small properties consisting of less than 10 units, or there were, more likely this scenario would be a handful of proprietors that had portfolios of multi-unit properties consisting of less than 10 dwelling units, then collectively they could still effectuate the trust with this. It's highly unlikely that that would happen, but still not something that we want in the marketplace, still something that cuts against the free market, still something that is harmful for consumers. So respectfully ask for a no vote on L23.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I appreciate the amendment from the good senator from Castle Rock. I appreciate the comments that we've had thus far related to the consideration of House Bill 1004. I appreciate the fact that the good senator from Colorado Springs is so appreciative of the apartments and housing that Denver, my district, Senate District 34, 9th through 12th, Broadway through, what did you mention, Acoma? Bannock. It's my neighborhood, it's my district, well, it's my district. Part of what is challenging about amendment number 23 is, again, that invisibility of who is using what, when, and what data are they feeding into their algorithmic device. Is it public data? Because there's been much hand-wringing about tools that are perfectly fine and will be perfectly fine to continue to use should House Bill 1004 become law. Zillow uses purely public data. It will still be perfectly fine to use. RealPage and tools like it that allow the big mega landlords to collude, to price fix. They face antitrust litigation federally and here in Colorado because they use non-public data. They use information and data that you and I and mom and pops can't see when we go either door to door, when we pick up the phone and ask, hey, what are you selling this unit at? And that layer of transparency, actually the lack thereof, that layer of opacity, it is what we are trying to solve for. The last thing I'll say about this is that to say that this, I don't even know if this is happening here in Colorado. I don't know if this is taking place here in the state. Is, one, I would just invite you to look at the litigation that the Attorney General recently just settled here in Colorado against a landlord who has thousands, if not tens of thousands of doors for breaking antitrust laws right here in Colorado. And so to say that, I don't even know if this happens. This isn't about calculators. This isn't about spreadsheets. This is about collusion. I ask for a no vote on L23.
Thank you. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, once again, I'm glad to hear that the good senator from Pueblo said in his remarks just a few minutes ago that he really doesn't even know if the mom and pops are really using algorithms. And he said something to the effect that chances are that they're not. And I would agree with him. The chances of a small landlord that has a residential unit of 10 or less apartments the chances of them using an algorithmic device is probably slim to none. And even if they did, I'm looking at my colleagues here on this side of the aisle because I'm not aware of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that have rented apartments. But as I look, I won't name names, but I don't believe, like say, speaking for myself, when I rented my unit, which is very small I know it was a mom and pop, they are, I was free to negotiate. They never said anything about algorithms. I never gave them any information. In fact, I didn't even have to sign a lease with them. That's how much, maybe they trusted me, maybe that was a mistake, but no, in all candor, it was just a handshake, and things have gone well from day one. As I look at some of my other colleagues, I don't believe that you felt that you were under an adverse situation, the good senator from Alamosa, when you rented your apartment, and the good senator from Montrose, I don't think that you felt that algorithms were being used against you. And the good senator from Grand Junction, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I don't feel that you were unnecessarily preyed upon or that you were taken advantage of by algorithms, whether it was 10 units or less, because most of you all are in small apartment complexes. So this really is not a problem. And if this bill, House Bill 1004, is so perfect, surely there is a little bit of room with this modest amendment, very modest amendment. Not asking for the moon, we're not asking for 30 or 40 units or 100 units. We understand where you're coming from, going after the mega landlords. But this amendment, L023, addresses a very small, narrow slice of the rental market that is not taking advantage of anyone. They're just trying to make ends meet. Surely the good senators from Denver and Pueblo can meet us a little ways and say, you know, this isn't so bad. This is an okay amendment, that they could say, yes, we would support Amendment L023, just like we're trying to do. We're not asking for the moon. We're not asking for the stars. We're not asking for anything except for those small mom and pop that have 10 units or less. Urge an aye vote on Amendment L023.
I think Senator Gonzalez was next. Senator Gonzalez. Then we'll go to Senator Frizzell.
I'm sorry, y'all. The principle is the same. L23 says, well, if you're just a smaller entity engaging in collusion, that's okay. This amendment, I'm sorry to say, is actually just diet collusion. More filling, fewer calories. No. Price fixing is bad. You're either price fixing or you are not. It does not matter how many doors you have. It doesn't matter how much of a housing provider as one may be. Collusion is bad, and so too is diet collusion. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To begin, I am disappointed that the good bill sponsor would imply that I believe that collusion is good. I do not. However, I am concerned that we are continuing to impugn the integrity and the work of those that house a large number of our population in the state of Colorado. And according to census.gov, and this is Denver, less than 50% of homes, single-family homes in Denver are owner-occupied. So that means that over 50, it's actually 49.6% of homes in Denver are owner-occupied. That means that 50.4% are rented homes, single-family homes. Those are not large corporations renting those homes, members. They are the people who have worked hard, who had money to invest. Maybe it's their retirement, maybe it's not. I don't know, and it doesn't matter. This bill should not be about penalizing those that provide housing in the state of Colorado. I ask for your aye vote on this amendment, and I ask for division.
Thank you. A division has been called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion before us is the adoption of L023 to HB 1004. All those in favor, please stand. Thank you. You may be seated. All opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L023 fails. To the bill. Is there further discussion on 1004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of 1004. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 1004 is adopted. Let's see, Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title of SB 25-132?
Senate Bill 132 by Senators Marchman and Gonzalez and Representatives Sopert and Tutone concerning a spirituous liquor manufacturer's authority to conduct tastings.
Thank you. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we move Senate Bill 132 along with the BLT and Appropriations Committee reports.
Thank you. That's the proper motion. To the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the BLT committee, we responded to concerns that had been raised related to the policy, moved a handful of amendments, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. The question before, is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report to SB 25-132. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appropriately appropriated the appropriation in the Appropriations Committee report, and I request an aye vote.
Thank you. The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to SB 25-132. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to present Senate Bill 132, a bill that supports Colorado's small craft distillers and strengthens the public process around how they grow. Colorado is home to over 100 licensed distillers, from Durango to Longmont to Pueblo. These are small, community-rooted manufacturers. Many are family-owned. Many are owned by veterans, teachers, lifelong Coloradans. And right now, the market is pushing them to the edge. Unlike breweries and wineries, most of these distillers are not on grocery store shelves. They don't have national distribution contracts, and they cannot compete in big box retail. What they can do is offer tastings, tell their story, and sell directly to their customers. But under current law, they get just one additional tasting room beyond their main facility. SB 132 offers a fair and modest change. It allows distillers to open up one extra satellite sales room to two, in addition to their production site. It creates a permit to serve alcohol acquired from wholesalers, such as wine, beer, or other spirits, but it caps that activity at no more than 50% of on-site alcohol sales. It requires these spaces to offer light snacks, and it preserves the existing 45-day local government review window, which allows communities to raise concerns and LED to deny a permit if needed. This bill does not create bars. It does not allow full restaurants, does not allow nightclubs. It does not grant full retail privileges to manufacturers. Today, we're also bringing Amendment L12.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L12?
Amendment L12, amend the Business, Labor, and
Senator
Technology.
Marchman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L12.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about your amendment.
Yes, so under the bill, a distiller may apply for a permit to serve outside alcohol, but L12 adds some guardrails based on some comments we heard in the Finance Committee. In this, we say the application must be posted publicly at the proposed site for 30 days. It must be published once in a newspaper of general circulation, and if granted, it must be displayed at the sales room next to the manufacturer's license. This ensures that neighbors and local officials can see what's coming and raise objections if needed, without requiring a full retail licensing process that was never designed for manufacturers. I urge and I vote on L12.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L12? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Just a question for the bill sponsors, trying to understand, is this the same as a liquor license or a bar license or whatever would be required? Or is this different than the licensing? And I realize that there are clarifications. You have to post it for 30 days prior, and then you have to keep it available and visible. But I'm just curious about what the permit actually is.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Monument for the question. Really good point. There are 3 tiers. There's the manufacturer, there's the retail, and there's the wholesaler. So bars and taverns are retailers, and distillers are under the manufacturing license. So as manufacturers, they only get a state license. What we did to try to build a bridge was create a more public local process by which not just cities and counties, but also the public would be able to speak about this. And we did get this from the tavern's licensing.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Follow-on question. Does that then trigger a hearing process? Does it trigger a hearing process, or does it just require the posting and a 30-day delay for the permit or the issuance of the permit?
Senator Marchman.
Thank you. And it does not trigger a hearing, to answer your question. So there would be no local hearing. What would happen there would be the 30-day advertisement in the newspaper, there would be a posting in the place of the sales room, and then people could speak up. They would go, the way that goes is they go to the state LED to make their complaints, and then the state is the one who determines whether it moves forward or not. So no hearing, long way of saying no hearing.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L012. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L012 is adopted. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on SB 132? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 132. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 132 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read the title of HB 25-1207?
House Bill 1207 by Representatives Mabry and Duran and Senators Winter and Exum concerning measures to address barriers to pet ownership in connection with residing in a residential structure.
Thank you. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of House Bill 1207 along with the report from Local Housing and Government.
Thank you. To the committee report, Senator Winter. To the Local Government and Housing Committee report.
We had an amendment in response to a concern from the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless and urge a yes vote on the committee report.
Thank you. The question before us is the adoption of the Local Government and Housing Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The Local Government and Housing Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Exum.
This asks for an aye vote on 1207. Thank you.
Thank you. The question before us is the adoption of HB 25-1207. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. HB 25-1207 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Thank you. The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. Okay, the committee will rise and report, as tepid as that was.
You are perfectly fine. Are we ready?
229 is the only one that costs money. Yeah. Are we gonna transfer some of those next?
Senate will come to order. Senator Weissman. Oh, Senator Kipp. Whoever was in the chair. Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the report?
April 23rd, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Concurrent Resolution 2, Senate Bill 132, as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1004, as amended. House Bill 1207, as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Frizzell, Mr. Minority Leader, Simpson, Bright, Carson, Pelton R, Catlin, Pelton B, Liston, Baisley. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted.
Okay. Then you can put your thing in the middle, and we can all keep track of what you're doing on yours.
SCR 25002, Senate Bill 132 is amended, passed in second reading, order in gross place accounted for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1004 is amended. House Bill 1207 is amended, passed in second reading, order in revised place accounted for third reading and final passage. Conference committee reports.
Your first conference committee appointed on House Bill 1006 concerning allowing a school district to lease district property for any term of years has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following: that the Senate recede from its amendment made to the bill and that the re-engrossed bill be adopted without change. Respectfully submitted, House Committee Representatives Lukens, Chair, Basenicker, and Hartsook. Senate Committee, Senators Bridges, Chair, Kolker, and Bright.
Message from the House. There we go. Sounds good when you say it.
The House has adopted and transmits herewith House Joint Resolution 1026. The House has voted not to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1154 and requests that a conference committee be appointed. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Brown, Chair, Froelich, and Bradfield as House conferees on the first conference committee on House Bill 1154. The House has granted authorization to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers. The bill is transmitted herewith. The House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1147, House Bill 1117, House Bill 1219, House Bill 1272, House Bill 1283, and House Bill 1290, and has repassed the bills as so amended. The House has adopted the first report of the first conference committee on each of the following bills and has repassed the bills as so amended. Senate Bill 212, Senate Bill 214, Senate Bill 226, Senate Bill 228, Senate Bill 229, Senate Bill 254, Senate Bill 257, Senate Bill 258, Senate Bill 261, Senate Bill 262, Senate Bill 270.
Consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 212.
Senate Bill 212 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges and Representatives Taggart and Byrd concerning the temporary use of the Centennial Correctional Facility South Sea Tower to house inmates during the Sterling Correctional Facility Access Controls Project and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Where is it? Here it is. Where's my fire? Oh, here it is. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 212.
Tell us why, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Because we just did a really darn good job over at the Joint Budget Committee, and we got the Senate amendment.
Woo!
So it's good. There you
Excellent.
go. You should love us. Thank you.
Perfect. Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the adoption of the first report of the conference committee on Senate Bill 212. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 212 is adopted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Where am I? Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 25212.
Any
Ask for
discussion?
aye.
Perfect. Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 212. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 212 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Senator Gonzalez.
It's your amendment.
Look, we got a co-sponsor.
Please add Senator Gonzalez as the co-sponsor to 212. Thank you all. I see it now. I see it.
I'm having a great time.
Very good.
Judy. You're gonna start having more fun.
Mr. Schauffele, please read the title of Senate Bill 214.
Senate Bill 214 by Senators Bridges and Amabile and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning reimbursements for eligible meals provided through the Healthy School Meals for All program and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the committee, the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 214.
Discussion. Seeing none. The motion is for the adoption of the first report of the conference committee on Senate Bill 214. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 214 is adopted. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 214.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is repassage of Senate Bill 214. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 214 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michaels and Janae. Marchman. Would Senator Gonzalez like to co-sponsor this bill? Nothing. Mr. Schauffele, please read the title of Senate Bill 226.
Senate Bill 226 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning an extension of the renamed Complementary and Integrative Health Program for a person with a primary condition resulting in a total inability for independent ambulation and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill
226.
226. Sharp as a tack.
Excellent work. I couldn't hear you. Could you please speak into the mic one more time? I couldn't hear it.
You want me to read the whole thing over again?
No. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 226.
Very good. Seeing no further discussion, motion for the adoption of first report and first conference committee on Senate Bill 226. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 226 is adopted. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 226 and ask for a yes vote.
The motions for the repassage of Senate Bill 226. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 226 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Schauffele, please read the title of Senate Bill 228.
Senate Bill 228 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning the creation of a cash fund within the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise for premiums paid by individuals to buy into the state medical assistance programs for low-income individuals with disabilities and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 228.
The motion for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 228. Are there any no votes? Senators Liston. With, please mark Senator Liston as a yes vote on the adoption. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 228 is adopted. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 228.
Seeing no further discussion, the motions for the repassage of Senate Bill 228. Are there any no votes? Senators Liston, Rich, Baisley. With, please add Senator Catlin as a no vote. Senator Pelton R as a no vote. Senator Pelton B as a no vote. Senator Carson as a no vote, and Senator Frizzell on 228 for the repassage. With a vote of 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 228 is repassed. Co-sponsors: Mr. Schaffler, Majority Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over Senate Bill 229 until tomorrow, April the 24th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 229 until tomorrow, April the 24th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 229 will be laid over until tomorrow, Wednesday, April 24th. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 254.
Senate Bill 254 by Senators Bridges and Amabile and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the Stationary Sources Control Fund.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 254.
The motion for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 254. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 254 is adopted. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 254
Very
and
good.
ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion of motions for the repassage of Senate Bill 254, are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, with a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 254 is repassed. Co-sponsors: Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 257.
Senate Bill 257 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning modification of annual transfers from the general fund to the State Highway Fund.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 257.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 257. Are there any no votes? Senators Carson, with a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, their first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 257 is adopted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 257.
The motion is repassage of Senate Bill 257. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Peltonar, Catlin, Carson, Bright, Frizzell, Pelton B, Mr. Minority Leader, Liston, with a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 257 is repassed. Co-sponsors: Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 258.
Are you serious?
Oh, Mr. Schaffler, please add the Minority Leader as a co-sponsor on 257 as well as a no vote. Please add.
It's been a long day.
Co-sponsor. Thank you very much, Mr. Schaffler.
Thanks for the support.
Now, back to 258. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill
I mean, we're
258.
reducing a fee there, just so you all know.
Senate Bill 258 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representative Byrd and Sirota concerning a temporary reduction in the road safety surcharge and in connection therewith modifying the allocation of revenues from the surcharge to increase allocations to counties and municipalities during the temporary reduction.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 258.
Seeing no further discussion, the motions for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 258. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 258 is adopted. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 258.
Seeing no further discussion, the motions for the repassage of Senate Bill 258. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 258 is repassed. Co-sponsors: Minority Leader Lundeen, Senator Catlin, Pelton B.
Woo, fee reduction. Wow, good job, people.
Liston. Excellent work. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 261.
Senate Bill 261 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the administration of the property tax deferral program and in connection therewith authorizing appropriations from specified cash funds for the 2025-26 state fiscal year only to fund such administration.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 261.
The motion is for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 261. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 261 is adopted. Senator Amabile.
Mr. President, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 261 and ask for a yes vote. The Senate, we went back to what the Senate did.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 261. Are there any no votes? Oh, discussion on the repassage of Senate Bill 261. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
Senate Bill 261 is the property tax deferral program Orbital. I'm sure that this is a very important bill. I'm just curious, what would happen if we pulled a house and voted no on this one?
Maybe you could wait for
Senator Amabile.
The answer is that a lot of other bills will die.
Yes.
And
Oh, Senator Kirkmeyer.
thank you, Mr. President.
Please.
I just want to point out I raised my hand to get permission to speak.
Yes, you did.
Thank you. And we'll cancel appropriations.
And there is more discussion. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to state that for 5 seconds, the eyes of the good senator from Greenwood Village spoke more than any utterances that have ever occurred in this chamber.
Excellent. Seeing no further discussion. The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 261. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 261 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Gonzalez. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 262.
Senate Bill 262 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning changes to the amount of money in the Capital Construction Fund.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 262.
The motion is for adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 262. Are there any? Is there discussion?
Just want to do an explanation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, break it down.
Just want you all to know that we adopted the Senate's technical amendments. Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. The motion is for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 262. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 2, the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 262 is adopted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 262.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 262. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 262 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Liston.
Okay, we have to skip this one.
Please add Senator Liston as a co-sponsor on 262.
Can't be on the calendar. Nope. I don't think we lay it over. It never came over. It never came here.
Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 270.
Senate Bill 270 by Senators Bridges and Amabile and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning nursing facility fees collected by the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise and in connection therewith authorizing the enterprise to provide additional services to nursing facilities in exchange for the fees collected and making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 270.
The motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 270. Seeing no discussion, are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, Pelton R, Carson, Pelton B.
Yes, this is
Please
first
mark
amendment
Senator
asked for
Pelton
by-
B as a yes vote on the first report of the first conference committee. Any other no votes on the first report of the first conference committee? Senator Liston.
You're voting against transparency.
Seeing
in
no
enterprise,
further
just to be clear.
discussion, with a vote of 30 ayes, 5 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 270 is adopted. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 270 as amended by Senator B. Pelton.
With the name of a senator,
Okay.
or you could just rephrase it if you know where he's from.
Peltonia.
Very well. The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 270 as amended by the senator from Peltonia. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Frizzell, Rich,
Yes.
Yes. This one.
Kirkmeyer,
Yeah, this is,
Simpson,
he's a no on the bill.
Bright, Carson, Catlin, Pelton R, Liston, Baisley. I'm sure I read in the Senate rules that if you provide an amendment on conference committee report and you're an aye vote, that you can't be a no vote on the repassage. Maybe I read that in my version.
We'll make an exception on this one.
Please add Senator Pelton B as a no vote. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 270 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Not going to co-sponsor Senator Pelton B? All right. Introduction.
Just before, do you mind?
Oh, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, it's not a point of personal whatever, just an explanation of what happened today, if there are questions. You notice that we skipped over 268. The reason for that is that the House unceremoniously adopted the conference committee report and then voted no on the bill because of what was contained in the conference committee report. Never seen that before, but that happened. That bill was the balancing of the marijuana tax cash fund. So the budget is now out of balance by roughly $30 million. That is why we laid over today Senate Bill 229. That bill costs $1.4 million. It was the community health worker bill. I'm sure you all remember very well. $1.4 million. We will probably need to reconsider the OTPT ST change that we made to the long bill according to the amendment from you all and in the House. There are various different set-asides, including the legislative set-aside, that we would also be looking at if we do indeed have to address that $30 million shortfall. My assumption, my hope, my belief is that the House is going to fix this. We're going to find a way forward where these are not cuts that we're going to have to make. People's bills will pass. We will not be eliminating the legislative set-aside. However, until we have a definite path forward with the House on this, we just need to take the cautious route and make sure that we can actually have a balanced budget at the end of the day, as we are constitutionally required to do. So that's what happened today. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the good senator from Greenwood Village for giving us that update and context. I think it is actually legitimately and seriously quite important. I do also want to say that the cannabis industry is also important to help us balance our budget. I think that that is, I know that there were jokes made back when the constitutional amendment was first approved back in 2012, that was then implemented in 2014, about jokes about us smoking our way to economic prosperity. And what I think is very clear is that if it's not economic prosperity, it certainly is an important tool for us to actually be able to balance our budget. Thank you for that important context, and hopefully the House is going to figure it out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very good. Seeing no further discussion, introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 305 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the process by which the Division of Administration in the Department of Public Health and Environment issues permits relating to water quality.
Appropriations.
Senate Bill 306 by Senators Rodriguez and Kirkmeyer and Representative Lindstedt and Taggart concerning required performance audits of certain state agencies and in connection therewith requiring the state auditor to conduct or cause to be conducted performance audits of the Air Pollution Control Division and the Division of Labor Standards and Statistics.
Finance.
Senate Bill 307 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Sirota and Byrd concerning the decarbonization tax credits administration cash fund and in connection therewith requiring that money credited to the fund not exceed the net revenue from the collection of oil and gas severance tax, transferring $2,500,000 from the Energy and Carbon Management cash fund to the fund, and transferring $2,500,000 from the fund to the Energy and Carbon Management cash fund.
Appropriations.
Senate Bill 308 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Taggart and Sirota concerning measures related to certain state medical assistance program federal authorizations and in connection therewith funding services from savings realized from the state medical assistance program federal authorizations and making and reducing appropriations.
Appropriations.
House Bill 1171 by Representatives Byrd and Basinaker and Senators Hendrickson concerning adding motor vehicle theft to the list of offenses that apply to the offense of possession of weapons by previous offenders.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1284 by Representatives Duran and Senator Sullivan concerning the regulation of apprentices and licensed trades.
Business, Labor, and Technology.
House Bill 1313 by Representatives Story and Lindsay and Senators Mullica and Hendrickson concerning modifications to certain laws that are within the purview of the Capital Development Committee.
State Bill and Military Affairs. Signing of bills.
The President has signed Senate Joint Resolution 17, Senate Resolution 11.
Message from the Governor.
Pursuant to the authority vested in the office of the Governor of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following acts. Senate Bill 85, Health-Related Research Test Subjects, approved on Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025 at 11:45 a.m. Sincerely, Jared Polis, Governor.
I will crush you. Announcements. The mic's always off. Announcements. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we are scheduled to have appropriations tomorrow at 8 a.m., but I want to advise everybody who has a bill in appropriations or who serves on appropriations that we will let people know in the event that we cancel appropriations tomorrow. So you should look before you come.
Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to announce that the Senate Education Committee will meet 15 minutes upon adjournment in Senate Committee Room 357. We do have a few confirmations that will be done in absentia, and then we have 3 bills. Thank you.
Very good. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the Senate Judiciary Committee will be meeting at 1:45 in the Old Supreme Court. We will be hearing first House Bill 1026, then the other bills in the order in which they oh, sorry. Oh, there's upon adjournment. My bad. We're going to meet 15 minutes upon adjournment of whenever everybody else gets their other stuff done. So stay tuned. But we will then begin with thank you. We will then begin with 1026, followed by the other bills in the order in which they appear. 300, 304, 1049, 1183, and then 1275. Thank you so much.
And to be clear, that's meeting upon adjournment of upon adjournment.
Yes.
Excellent.
Upon adjournment of upon adjournment, we are not meeting at 1:45. Thank you to the good senator from Thornton for the clarification.
Very good. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope the good senator from Thornton runs his upon adjournment committee very quickly, and then we will be meeting upon adjournment of that for Senate Transportation and Energy. And we will be putting House Bill 1277 first, and then we will hear House Bill 1260, House Bill 1281, House Bill 1177, and then Senate Bill 299. So I look forward to the work we're doing in transportation today.
Very good. Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to correct that the education will meet upon adjournment of the adjournment of HHS, which is upon adjournment committee. Thank you.
Excellent. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. A true upon adjournment committee, Senate Health and Human Services will be meeting in the old Supreme Court 15 minutes upon adjournment to hear House Bill 1204, Senate Bill 297, Senate Bill 289.
Very good. Mr. Minority Leader.
A clarifying question from the chair of HHS. A time estimate, do we have any idea? Are there thousands of witnesses or 2 witnesses?
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, the Minority Leader. I don't have a specific number, but I will tell you that Senate Health and Human Services does run an efficient committee, and so be prepared. 2 hours.
And there are thousands of listeners to the committee. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. So, members, the Trump administration aims to dismantle Head Start, in case you were unaware, as part of a broader set of major funding cuts across federal health programs. The Washington Post said last Wednesday, scrapping Head Start is one priority directly out of Project 2025 and would put many critical early learning programs in jeopardy and marks Trump's latest swipe at federal funding for education. Backed by more than $119 million in federal grant funds, 50 early childhood education providers in 34 Colorado counties offer early Head Start and Head Start, according to the Colorado Head Start Association. Early childhood educators and proponents across Colorado say the possibility of losing early Head Start and Head Start programs poses a cascade of worrisome consequences, depriving children of opportunities to learn foundational skills for elementary school, putting some early child care centers at risk of closing, and straining local communities where child care is essential for working families. Denver nonprofit Early Milestones Colorado surveyed nearly 300 licensed child care providers in February and March to better understand the role federal funding plays in supporting their services. The survey found that without federal funding, 1 in 3 providers who responded would not survive more than 6 months. Head Start provides access to no-cost childcare, among other services, for 11,363 low-income children in Colorado. Eliminating Head Start would wipe out a critical supply of childcare in rural and other underserved communities that already face a lack of childcare slots. In Colorado, more than 1 in 5 childcare slots in rural communities would be lost.
Further announcements. Majority Leader Rodriguez. I am so sorry.
No black license plate for you.
No, I don't get a black license plate. Why is that? Don't do it. Just go to your announcements.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as a reminder, open enrollment for benefits ends on Monday, April the 28th. If you have questions, please see the front desk, and they can put you in contact with the benefits administrator. Colleagues, we are going to recess to read bills across the desk later today, so no need to return. With that, I move the Senate recess until 2:30 p.m. today.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
I oppose algorithmic software.
The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in recess until 2:30 p.m. today.